This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. When Matt Cundy of Casper took his own life at age 27, the family he left behind was devastated. The kind, outgoing young man had given off few signs of the depression that would eventually take him from his family forever. But DNA later revealed that he'd also left them with something special, a 5-year-old daughter they never knew he had. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker spoke to the family, which found unexpected joy in their profound grief.
So what was astounding to them is the devastation they felt waiting through those months following his death. And then to find out 5 months later, actually on Good Friday, I learned today, they learned that they had a granddaughter. And Jan calls them her Godwink moment. I think this is just a Godwink moment for sure.
Despite the pain of losing their son, the miracle of their granddaughter Taylor is a blessing that the Cundys never imagined would emerge from the tragedy. Jan Cundy said she feels her son smiling down on them, knowing that they've found her. Momentum behind the push to split up one of the largest utility companies in the country continues to build. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Wyoming, Idaho, and Utah are rallying around the idea of forming what they call an interstate compact for regional energy collaboration and breaking PacifiCorp into two separate electricity providers.
Utah passed a resolution this past legislative session that says, okay, it's official. We want to form a 3-state compact that basically takes the constituency of those 3 states, Wyoming, Utah, and Idaho, and creates a new energy entity to be determined that can set policies that reflect the priorities of those 3 states. And those 3 states want to prioritize, according to the leaders who are involved, fossil fuels. Well, the opposite has happened on the West Coast.
PacifiCorp is already divided into its subsidiaries, Rocky Mountain Power and Pacific Power. The company reports it has about 2 million customers, with about 1.2 million of those in Rocky Mountain Power's red states and another 800,000 in the West Coast states. The son of a late motel owner in Jeffrey City is sorting through the unexpected inheritance his father left behind, with memories scattered everywhere. But Randy Robinette returns almost every weekend to fix and clean up the Green Mountain Motel, despite the painful memories of his dad's unexpected death in May 2024. Cowboy State Daily videographers Riley Strand and Hannah Brock spent time with Robinette as he sifted through the remains of his father's life.
I mean, I don't have to go through my dad's stuff to know my dad, but it brings back memories, you know. If anybody had to do this, they understand. You go through it and some things you're just like, what's the story behind this? You know, like why? Kind of the pack rat mentality, and that was definitely my dad. We've actually worked together a couple times through the years. I thought my dad and I had a good relationship.
You can watch the full video at cowboystatedaily.com or on our YouTube channel. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicholas and Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
The author of Ocean's 11 was also one of the most revered and provocative storytellers of The Twilight Zone and was the screenwriter who introduced the world to Star Trek. This was George Clayton Johnson, a middle school dropout who escaped a lonely childhood in Cheyenne, only to become one of the most imaginative minds of Tinseltown. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi shines a spotlight on Johnson's remarkable career.
Speaking to the people who knew him and who knew his work, they think that his harsh upbringing in Wyoming really informed the themes that he would translate into fictional works, the ideas of loss, of sadness, of what you're missing out on in life, the choices you make. Just watching anything that he's written, you can see that pouring through in the dialogue. One of the most rewatched Twilight Zone episodes ever is Nothing in the Dark, which stars Robert Redford as Death. And he points out that it's not scary. What you're afraid of is the unknown.
Johnson was inspired by visionaries and inspired others to become become visionaries. But the irony is that the elation he evoked in so many others came from a determination to overcome the depths of lonely desperation in the Cowboy State. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Most hiring algorithms would scream me out.
Some bosses couldn't see me as a leader.
I've run this place for 20 years, but I still need to prove that I'm more than what you see on paper.
I've been running code as long as I've been able to reach a keyboard.
This is what I do. It's second nature for me, coordinating 100 details at once.
It's the way my mind works. I have a very mechanical brain.
I sold them on my skills.
You gotta be so good they can't ignore you.
My magic is
Analytics and empathy. That's how I'm getting clients. You have to have the confidence in yourself to show up and defy the odds.
I am more than who I am on paper.
I never got a college degree. And today, I'm the CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions. Stars are all around us. It's time for them to shine.
Cowboy State Daily morning show. It's a Monday. I'm Jake. Here's what we're going to look at today. After a son's suicide devastated this Casper family, the Cundys found new promise in a miracle grandchild they never knew they had. As AI threats grow, Laramie County Community College offers next-level cyber defense training curriculum. Ranchers' hands are tied when it comes to ravens attacking their newborn calves. What's harder, riding bucking bulls or raising them? A Wyoming man starts his own Forest Fen-style treasure hunt. Think you can find it? Other treasure seekers are betting on the lottery. What's your flavor? Mega Millions or the state lotto? Meet this Wyoming company that builds double tough estate gates for the rich and famous. A Cheyenne man promises to pay a fine on a library book he checked out 31 years ago, and an entire town just outside of Yellowstone listed for sale under $3 million. Yeah, these stories and more we're going to be looking at this morning on a Monday, day after Easter. Hope your Easter weekend was great. I know in Lander, a little bit disappointing. They canceled the Easter egg hunt due to weather. All that snow burying the Easter eggs. A little bit more on the way, maybe today. At least some rain in some places. Chance of rain in Casper, otherwise windy. Gradually becoming sunny. Highs 58, 56 in Lander. Hopefully it'll melt all that snow. In Evanston, chance of snow, rain in the early morning. Otherwise, you might see sunny conditions by the afternoon. 52 the high. Rock Springs, chance of rain in the morning. Breezy, 55 in the afternoon. Pinedale, snow likely before 9 a.m. Breezy with partly sunny skies in the afternoon. 45 the high in Pinedale. Afton, you might top out at 48 after a little bit of snow and rain this morning. DuBois, chance of snow sometime this morning, mostly before noon, otherwise windy and gradually becoming sunny. 45 the high. Jackson, snow and or rain likely, breezy. Sunny in the afternoon, though, as things clear out. 50 the high in Jackson. Thermopolis, chance of rain, breezy with highs 61. Cody, rain likely, mostly sunny, breezy, highs 56. Chance of rain in Buffalo. Otherwise breezy and mostly sunny. Highs 52 in Buffalo. Sheridan, you'll top out 56 with rain in the afternoon in Sheridan. Gillette, chance of rain in the afternoon. Partly sunny skies, 57. Newcastle, chance of rain also in the afternoon with highs 60. Torrington, you got a chance of rain mainly before 2 in the afternoon. Otherwise breezy, sunny. with highs 69 in Torrington. Lusk, you'll top out 61 with a slight chance of rain, mainly before 2 p.m. Down to the southeast part of the state, Cheyenne, chance of rain, mainly afternoon, otherwise sunny, windy with highs 63. You'll be about mid-50s in Laramie with a chance of rain, otherwise mostly sunny. Slight chance of rain or snow before 2 o'clock in Rawlins, otherwise sunny in the afternoon, 53. So you see the common theme as we move around the state. Chance of rain showers, some of it mixing with snow if it's early. But when it's not raining, you should be mostly sunny. That's typical April in Wyoming, where most people would think, well, you have to be mostly cloudy to get rain, don't you? In Wyoming, we're mostly sunny all day, and then chance of rain, though. Where does it come from? That's some fast-moving, small little cells that come through. We're seeing one right now this morning in Lander, Riverton. You're probably getting some rain right now, I'll bet, if I looked at a webcam. And then that stuff moving to the eastern half of the state by afternoon. That gets you updated on a Monday morning in the whole world right now. Over 1 billion Catholics are mourning the loss of Pope Francis just a day after Easter. It was a surprise appearance from the first Latin American pontiff over Easter weekend. He made some appearances over Easter weekend. I know he met with Vice President J.D. Vance. He was out in the public for the first time in a while. He's been ill, battling pneumonia, from what I understand, and he's had lung troubles, chronic lung disease for most of his life. When he was a young man, he had part of one lung removed. So, yeah, Pontiff's lungs were never 100%. But, he had pneumonia. I don't know what double pneumonia is. It just sounds twice as bad as regular pneumonia. But he had been pretty ill, and there was a lot of worry over the 88-year-old Pope months ago. And then when he emerged Easter Sunday, I thought that was kind of a surprise. He blessed thousands of people in St. Peter's Square, treated them to a surprise Pope-mobile romp. He got in that Pope-mobile, drawing wild cheers from folks in the Vatican. Beforehand, he had met briefly with U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, as I mentioned. And all this in lead up to his death this morning. The Vatican issued a press release, I believe at their time, local time, at 7:35 this morning. Something like that. But yeah, right now, a little damper on what is supposed to be an uplifting weekend for Catholics and Christians around the world. Easter Sunday, he is risen, but the Pope, well, he has that to look forward to. He went home to his father at 7:35 this morning. He said the Bishop of Rome, Francis, the quote from the Vatican was, at 7:35 this morning, the Bishop of Rome, Francis, returned to the home of the Father. His entire life dedicated to the service of the Lord and of his church. So, a bit of sad news about the Pope. That's the news we're waking up to on this early Monday morning. Greg Johnson said, I don't know if he can be with us. He's been busy lately, the managing editor of the Cowboy State Daily. So we'll just roll through the stories. We got a whole weekend's worth of stuff to get to. When we left you last Friday on the show, we were all up to date. And then look what happened over the weekend. Saturday, Sunday, a lot of stuff happened, including our lead story from Jen Coker. Jen will be on the show tomorrow and talk more in depth about this. But this is a pretty neat story, feel-good story about the Cundys in Casper. Matt Cundy of Casper took his own life at age 27. It was something that really rocked the family. They just did not see it coming. They said Brad and Jan Cundy said Matt's depression came on suddenly. He worked with them in the family business, so they saw him every day. They have a family-owned business, Keyhole Technologies. And Matt was, according to mom and dad, Matt was always a popular, well-liked, steady guy, right-hand man, partner in the family business. Just nothing about his life would have indicated he would be on the radar for having suicidal thoughts. And by the way, in this story, a disclaimer and an editor's notes, this story concerns mental health, suicide, and suicidal thoughts and behavior. If you or anyone you know is in crisis, reach out to the suicide hotline. There is a suicide and crisis lifeline. If you didn't know, it's 988. And just dial that number 24/7 if you have any feelings that take you to a dark place, and take advantage of that 988. Professionals always standing by and ready. But the onset of depression of Matt threw the family for a loop. They had no idea what they were dealing with. Finally, one day, when Matt failed to show up for work, the parents said, we have to, it was an intervention, basically. They went to his apartment. They took him to a counselor to get help. He was prescribed antidepressants. And in less than a week, the Sunday before Thanksgiving, the 27-year-old Matt Cundy took his life on November 20th, going back to 2011. But that is not the end of the story. Jen Coker goes on to tell the rest of the story. And it was a surprise granddaughter. Matt Cundy, when they had the funeral for Matt, one young lady appeared. The family said, the mom and dad said they learned so many things about their son at the funeral. So many people came who were friends with Matt that the parents didn't know. And they learned all these neat things about their son. They learned Matt had once paid a friend's rent for a month when he came up short. They learned the son had also skipped a Friday night out with his friends while he was at the University of Wyoming in order to take a girl to the hospital who was feeling sick and didn't have a ride. Not only did he drive her there, but stayed at the hospital with her all night, Friday night. Just cool things that Matt did, the family learned. But the coolest, the biggest revelation that threw them was the appearance of Tasia Tischer. I hope I'm pronouncing her first name right. It has unconventional spelling. Tasia Tischer had gone to the funeral. And in speaking with the family, they learned that Matt and Tasia had a brief fling. They dated 5 years earlier. It was at the same time that Tasia was also seeing another man. So when she became pregnant, she assumed that the daughter she would have eventually, Taylor, belonged to this other man. But when Tasia was at the funeral of Matt and saw some of his photographs when he was a kid, she just couldn't deny that her daughter, Taylor, looked a lot like Matt. When they were younger, when they were kids, she said, boy, that's an uncanny resemblance. Not long after the funeral, Tasia reached out to Matt's sister, Dawn, to share her suspicions. Dawn was overjoyed to hear the news because she had taken Matt's suicide pretty hard. She took her brother's death really hard. She even started a foundation called the Maddie Project to honor and advocate for suicide awareness and support. So Dawn and Tasia get to talking, and Dawn convinces Tasia to take a DNA test. And even before the test, they said the both of them were pretty sure this was Matt's daughter, not the other man. Sure enough, test came back 99.9% likely that the Cundys had a new granddaughter, Taylor. And again, that's not the end of the story, of course. You got to go back and now and unravel. At that time, that was, I think, 5 years of, Taylor was 5 years old at the time when they found this out. So now you got to go back to the man who presumed he was the father, tell him he's not. And the money he had been paying for child support, by the way, was all paid back by the Cundys. He had been paying child support for years. I guess Tasia and this man had parted ways, and he had been paying child support for Taylor. All that money, everything he paid was paid for by the Cundys once they found out that Taylor was their granddaughter. And then you got to tell the grandfather on that side, the grandparents who thought they were grandparents, and then you got to tell Taylor herself, and she took it really well, according to the family. It was hard on everyone, Jen Coker writes in the story, but Taylor took the news in stride. And today, the family is, you wouldn't know any different. You wouldn't know the Cundys had missed the first 5 years of Taylor's life. Taylor very much a Cundy now, changed her name. She's with the family. Never knew her real dad, Matt, but is getting to know all the rest of the family, including granddad and grandmother. They go to all her basketball games. She's in high school at this point. Today, she's 18 years old, and she's in high school, and granddad and grandmom go to all the games, and they said that, boy, they see so much of Matt in Taylor all the time. They said, Matt was very athletic and played basketball. Taylor plays basketball. They said even the face she makes when she gets a foul called on her by the referee that she doesn't agree with, she scrunches up and makes the same face Matt used to make. They're sure of it now. They didn't need the DNA test. They know. And these God wink moments, grandmother said, well, there's plenty of them. They see him every day. So a real feel-good story, Jen Coker. If anything positive can come out of suicide, the Cundys at least get kind of a new promise in their life. After their son, their 27-year-old son, took his own life, they found the 5-year-old granddaughter they never knew they had. Read that story in the Cowboy State Daily. It's Jen Coker. We'll talk to Jen tomorrow when she comes on the show and get some more info out of her and how it was to write that story, how she found out about it, how it was talking to the family members, all that kind of thing. We'll do that. Let's take a quick break. We'll see if we can get Greg coaxed into the room. Not sure, but if not, we'll move on. Lots to cover today on the Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. Daniel chimes in on our Facebook Live page. Anytime you want to join the conversation, contribute, feedback, whatever you want to add to this show, we love to hear. Make a comment on Facebook Live if that's where you're watching the program or listening to the program, however you're getting it. Those of you listening on radio might be a little more difficult, but you can always text us. We have a studio hotline. We are able to take phone calls, but we hardly ever do because people just don't make phone calls anymore. You know, that's it. It's the new generation, and they've influenced the old generation, and now no one uses their phone as a phone. Well, we get it. Just text us then. 307-999-TALK. 307-999-8255. Just text anytime during the show, and if I see your text, I'll be glad to share it with everybody. Daniel on Facebook Live says, Ravens have absolutely zero purpose. Tell us how you really feel, Daniel. Oh, it's a story we're going to be getting to shortly about ranchers struggling with yet another predator, yet another problem to deal with calving season. Most of the ranchers around the state have already calved out. Some of the nastier, colder, higher elevation ranches maybe just still in the calving season, but most ranchers, the sooner you can get hooves on the ground is the more weight you can ship when it comes time to ship. And that's what it's all about. Even though some ranchers are finding that pushing for an early calving date sometimes backfires on you. And it all has to do with weather, obviously. If you calve too early and you get one of those Wyoming springs that doesn't want to be spring, then what do you really gain? and I saw a new survey out. I think it was almost a year old now, maybe a year ago. I saw a survey out that showed a little bit of a shift in thinking, that you saw calving season was being pushed up and up and up by ranchers into like early March in Wyoming. Now they calve, in Utah, they might calve in late February, early March, but in Wyoming, early March is still winter. And I don't know if you want a calf hitting the ground on March 1st, because in addition to ravens and coyotes and everything else that wants to eat your calf, the weather is not going to be conducive. But the ranchers, the earlier you can get that calf on the ground and eating, the bigger he or she is when you ship. And that's where you make your money, more steaks. But I just saw a survey of ranchers, I think it was about a year ago, that said there's been some rethinking of that whole early calving, and some are delaying now to calve when the weather cooperates. So, April 21st, yesterday was 420, by the way, if that means anything to you. But April 20, third week of April, there is still calving going on, but a lot of ranchers have already dropped calves and already working towards the end of calving season. But calving season problems for ranchers include weather and predators. Once you got the calf out, and predators, a real problem. Obviously, you're talking about coyotes, number one predator on calves, I believe. And I think Mark Hines, who wrote this story, has that in his story. Wolves can threaten young livestock, particularly in western Wyoming. Last month, one of those Colorado wolves got into Wyoming and wreaked havoc on a sheep rancher's land. Grizzly bears can also take a toll on lambs and cow calves as well, mostly in northwestern Wyoming. But coyotes, Mark Hines writes, are the number one predator of newborn livestock across the state. Without a doubt. And that's your big threat. But Mark Hines points out sometimes the threat comes from above. Not a four-footed predator, but a winged predator. Golden eagles, bald eagles attack lambs. Golden eagles occasionally will attack lambs, and they are big enough to pick up a little lamb. Golden eagles, they're big. And you're talking about a protected species, so ranchers have their hands tied when it comes to what they can do about golden and bald eagles. And now in this story particularly, which concerns ravens, we find that I didn't know a raven was protected species. I'm surprised that ravens are a problem for lambs and calves, number one. I mean, ravens are big and they're aggressive and they're pretty nasty. But more so scavengers than killers, although they have the ability to really rip some meat off the bone for sure. But this story from Mark Hines that dropped over the weekend says ravens attack lambs but are protected in Wyoming, so you can't shoot them. Did not know that. In the story, Wyoming ranchers must fend off numerous predators, ravens among the worst, with their attacks on lamb. We're talking particularly lambs here. And they can't be shot because they're a protected species. Same with crows. which are more numerous than ravens. Although exceptions can be made, there was a time when crows got so numerous in Riverton, and that was a few years back, that Riverton went on an all-out campaign to rid themselves. They were shotgunning crows out of trees in downtown Riverton. I bet you Claire McFarland will remember this and will tell you and back me up. But they were taking buckshot and just blowing crows out of trees in Riverton. They had so many crows. Overrun with crows. But ravens and crows can cause trouble for cattle and sheep ranchers this time of year. They attack newborn animals. There is a hunting season for crows in Wyoming, but that ended on February 28th. So crows are pretty much also protected as ravens are during calving and lambing season. Can't do nothing about them. Now, can they outright kill stuff? Maybe not 100%, but they will do some pretty gruesome things. For instance, what the ravens and crows, for that matter, like to eat are eyeballs. Well, this is a little early in the morning for this story. Ravens, if you ever watch something die, or if you ever seen something dead, like a elk calf or a mule deer, fawn, if you ever see a dead thing, chances are when you come across it, it will have no eyes. It's one of the first things that ravens and crows like to eat first. They have a real taste for the eyeballs. Ugh. One sheepman I know over by Riverton said, this is Wyoming Farm Bureau spokesman Brett Moline telling the Cowboy State Daily. Brett said, one sheepman I know over by Riverton said one of the most pathetic things you can see is a lamb that's still alive but has had its eyes pecked out. Oh, God. Big Piney area cattle rancher Tim Thompson told Mark Hines of the Cowboy State Daily he dreads ravens showing up during calving season, and he and his family do the best to shoo them away. Tim Thompson said, those sons of bitches will eat a calf alive, beginning with the eyes. Oh, man. Yeah, so what good is a raven? That's all this started with Daniel's comment. Ravens have absolutely zero purpose. I don't know about zero. I'm sure they play a role in the ecosystem. I don't have them quite down the list as far as like mosquitoes. What role do they play? Mosquitoes have absolutely zero purpose, in my opinion. Way down the list from ravens. I have some begrudging acknowledgement for ravens because of how smart they are. They're very intelligent. They're of the corvid family. Crows and ravens, super intelligent. The stuff they do is hard to watch. What purpose has a raven? Daniel says no purpose. Edgar Allan Poe would disagree. I wasn't meaning to get on that story, but I thought we would hop right to it since we did have comment. And, hello, listening on Facebook from Eaton, Colorado. It's Amy. Hi, Amy. Welcome from Colorado. Stop sending us your wolves, or we'll send you some wolves. 2 wolves have snuck out of Colorado, recently introduced wolves. You know they want to introduce grizzly bears to California? Oh, we got to do that story. There is an effort to put the grizzly bear in California. Sounds perfect, right? I mean, almost everybody in Wyoming says we got too many grizzly bear. Oh, wait a minute. You have a state that wants some? And it's California? Oh, just tell us where to drop them off. Yeah, we're going to talk about that a little later. California wants grizzlies. They think they can hold up to 1,200 total grizzlies in California, in the Golden State. Is California the Golden State? Is that right? I mean, there's a lot of other things I'd like to call it. California, I think it's the Golden State. Why is California? Yeah, California is the Golden State because of, the whole gold rush, all that stuff. Yeah. Golden State wants grizzly bears. We'll talk about that story. There's a group effort. One estimate says that state can hold over 1,000 grizzlies, 1,200. Really? But I'm not hating too bad on the Ravens. Not like Daniel. Ravens have zero. Daniel might be a rancher. Ranchers don't care for ravens. That story from Mark Hines of the Cowboy State Daily. Ravens attack lambs but are protected in Wyoming, so you can't shoot them. That's the headline. Read the story. We'll talk more about Cowboy State Daily stories, other stories, what's going on this Monday. Stay with us. It's hour one. We're just getting started on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's a Monday. How was your Easter, everybody? Not the greatest Easter weather, but not the worst. We've seen Easter blizzards before. I spent my Easter down in Rock Springs taking in the first spring high school rodeo of the season because my night job is a rodeo announcer. Don't I sound like I could do a rodeo? And yeah, it was a good rodeo. These high school kids, they're so good. So good at what they do. I have renewed hope in the world when I see 15-year-olds taking on responsibilities of animal care and then doing things from the back of a horse that are astounding. When their peers east of the Mississippi their claim to fame is how fast their thumbs can move on a Nintendo Switch, or how fast their thumbs can move typing out a text. Your counterpart 15, 16, 17-year-olds here in Wyoming are throwing ropes, riding bulls, and running almost 30 miles an hour in a cloverleaf pattern barrel racing. I don't know what you're doing, the rest of you teenagers, but in Wyoming, man, we're bringing up a different crop of kid. And I'm just so proud of these teenagers whenever I see these Wyoming high school kids rodeo, and that's special. We build them special in this state. And it starts early. These ranch kids. So that was a fun rodeo in Rock Springs, first of the spring, with many more to come. Rodeos in Newcastle, Big Piney, Casper, Gillette, Buffalo, Sheridan, still to go. And by June, it's the state final rodeo. That's what I was doing over Easter weekend. How about you folks? I have not saved enough time to get to these two stories because they work hand in hand. But we're going to talk about it first thing next hour. Amber Steinmetz has a great story about LCCC. Did I have enough C's in there? Laramie County Community College, LCCC. LCCC, yeah. They've got a curriculum that's pretty advanced, very advanced for any college in the U.S. And to be able to tap into this school, LCCC, right now and do it with the hopes of being a cyber defense person. So, in other words, you're going to be the anti-hacker. You know what I'm saying? There's so many AI threats now going on, so many robots out there on the interwebs that are doing nothing but malicious behavior. And they're trying to hack into everything. Your bank account, your Facebook account. I mean, there's just hacking. And a lot of it is just somebody has programmed something and then turned it loose. That's the problem. When you get scammed and ripped off and hacked, it's likely AI. It's artificial intelligence. It's likely a robot that was designed, programmed to do nothing but hack. So who can you blame? And how can you defend yourself against that? Laramie County Community College is the only institution in Wyoming to hold a cyber defense certification from the National Security Agency, NSA. Find out more when we talk more about this story next hour. I want to give it enough time. But as AI threats grow, Wyoming gets a certified cyber defense training center, and you'll find it at Laramie County Community College. I'm so psyched for this because I, for one, am scared to death of AI, and I'm also had it with the hacking and the robots and things. There's like no human behind it. When you get these garbage texts and you get these come on emails, and it's You know, it's not a person, especially if you read the grammar. I mean, most of us, our grammar is horrible. Anybody under 30, your grammar is atrocious for the most part. But it's not AI atrocious. It's not foreign nation atrocious. When you get these emails and texts from what you know is a scam, the first giveaway is the grammar and the lack of a grasp of English. But more and more, this is going to be a threat in our daily lives at the worst and an annoyance at the least. And how do you defend yourself? Well, there's a whole batch of college kids that are learning how to be an anti-hacker, how to stop the hacking, thanks to curriculum and programs like this at LCCC. We'll talk about it next hour. First, though, here's a story, Cowboy State Daily, about Josiah Harlow. Renee Jean has this story. Josiah Harlow, back when he was attending Cheyenne Central High School. This is, Josiah's been out of high school for a little while. Let's say about 3 decades. And he is acknowledging today that he checked out a book from the Cheyenne Central High School library 31 years ago, 1994. It was Robin Hood. And he said during that time of his life, he was a high school kid. He was way into Robin Hood. He had just seen the movie. There's a Robin Hood movie, right? I'm pretty sure I remember a Robin Hood movie. And he was way into Robin Hood. He saw the book on the shelf. He loved the artwork on the cover, and he checked it out. He was like, I got to have this book. And he never brought it back. The book is The Silver Horn of Robin Hood. I'm not familiar with that. Isn't there just one Robin Hood story? It's like Robin Hood, that's him. He steals from the rich and gives to the poor. The Silver Horn of Robin Hood. It's by Donald Cook. Harlow spotted it in 1994 on the shelf, and he said, I just got to have it. He said, I always liked Robin Hood tales in general. Oh, I guess there's more than one Robin Hood tale. I thought there was just the one Robin Hood story. He said, my favorite movie is the 1930s version of Robin Hood. That stars Errol Flynn and Olivia de Havilland. Boy, that goes back. And he said, the cover of the book just made me think of that movie with its Technicolor brightness. The book cover looks pretty cool, real retro, very colorful, although kind of faded out with age. And Harlow said, I've always been overly nostalgic. I guess so, if your favorite Robin Hood movie is the one from the 30s. But Harlow checked out the book. That was back in 1994, never brought it back. And it's not like he forgot he had it. Like, no, it is part of his treasured collection. The book was published in 1956, and he's had it ever since. He loves it. But it's not his. It belongs to the library. Or the library, as some people pronounce it. I know a few people that should know better. Like full-fledged adults who still call it the library without that extra R. Josiah, what am I doing on the face? Oh, sorry. I'm trying to do some tech stuff as I talk. Sometimes it's too much for me to do all these things at once. Yeah, some people still call it the library. But Josiah Harlow never brought this book back to the library. It's been checked out now for coming on 31 years. What are the fines on this book? That's all I want to know, because the whole crux of the story, the whole headline is Harlow said he promises he will pay the fine on the library book he checked out 31 years ago. What's that going to amount to? And Renee Jean writes the story. Renee, that is the one and only thing I want to know. I mean, I kind of want to know why this guy hasn't returned it, and I do now because he's just nostalgic crazy. He loves Robin Hood. But what's he in for a fine? And I don't see in the story what he's looking at, because he said the next time he no longer lives in the Cheyenne area. I want to say he lives in Colorado, but he said the next time he's in Cheyenne, he's going to swing by the school library, and he says he'll pay the fine. But what is that going to amount to? Oh, man. I know some libraries have 5 cents a day for every day it's overdue. But how many days has it been? He's looking at, I guess there's a Facebook site for the library. And on this Facebook site for the library, one person posted, because Harlow on the Facebook site admitted he had this book and said, I'm going to pay the fine. The Facebook group's called Cheyenne Community Connections 2.0. And he said, I have the Silver Horn of Robin Hood I checked out in 1994. I totally forgot to bring it back, or I still have it. I'm going to pay the fine the next time I'm in Cheyenne. What do you think it'll amount to? One person posted, Brooke Ferris told him her mom was the librarian the year he checked that book out in 1994. Oh. And her mom says, bring that book back. No, I'm just assuming that's what her mom says. Bring that dang book back. What was the fine? She said, well, your fine was probably not higher than $5 back then. Well, $5 what? Total? Or $5 a day? Or $5 a year? That's not made clear in this story. Well, it's a good thing we got Renee on the show tomorrow. And I'll ask Renee, you got to find out what this guy's in. He promises he'll pay the fine. Well, what's it going to be? Maybe it'd be something he doesn't want to promise when he finds out how much. Estimated, your fine was probably not higher than $5 back then, she said. And that was the daughter of the librarian back 31 years ago. So $5 total? No, it can't be. Nobody would bring a book back. It means you buy a book for $5. Easy. $5 a day? This guy's going to have to win the lottery to pay back his fine. Speaking of which, we have a story about the lottery. Your chances just got easier to win the lottery. Don't get too excited. It still means you're more likely to be struck by lightning 3 times in your life before you'll ever win the Mega Millions. But the odds got better. Mega Millions makes odds better, but they're still not as good as the YO Lotto. What lottery do you like to play? I didn't mean to shift gears into this story because we don't have enough time for this either. I wanted to spend 20 minutes of urging people to stop playing the lottery, you idiots. Who is buying lottery tickets? And I'm sorry if it's you. I don't mean to offend anyone, but who really is buying lottery tickets? I mean, the typical lottery ticket buying tweaker is got extravagant ink work. He's tattooed to the hilt. And your convenience store weekly purchase probably includes, I'll have some of the 5-hour energy drink. Give me a couple of packets of Zen, some Swisher Sweets, and 3 cases of Bud Light. Oh, and I need a lottery ticket. I'm just spitballing here. But, yeah, your lottery. We'll talk lottery. We'll talk that story, a whole bunch more, and I'll try not to offend too many people with everything I say. I'll try not. That'll do it for hour 1 here on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. I'm going to run out and buy some lottery tickets, and then we'll come back right after the news. More to go, more to come. Stay with us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Local health officials alerted the public Thursday that it's investigating 5 confirmed cases of measles in a group of children and adults who were exposed while traveling outside Montana. The 5 people are either unvaccinated or their vaccine status is unknown. Montana health officials told Cowboy State Daily's David Madison that all the people infected live in Gallatin County and are currently isolated at home.
2 businesses on Highway 191, about 80 miles from the Wyoming border, were identified as potential measles hotspots. I asked one of the 4 medical professionals we interviewed, is this a concern to Wyoming residents? And he said, so far, no. There is no evidence that even though there is this proximity to where identified measles infections happened in Montana, it doesn't appear that they've left the state or have entered Wyoming. However, it's still a big deal. And the local officials here said they've been having flashbacks to the pandemic.
The measles virus spreads through airborne droplets and remains infectious in the air for up to 2 hours after an infected person leaves an area. Around 90% of unvaccinated close contacts contract the virus. While the rest of Wyoming is fast asleep, there's a secret world in Lander filled with thousands of green and growing things that are all wide awake, bathed in bright LED sunshine. These green beings live in a most unlikely space, an 80 by 40 foot shipping container that a casual visitor could easily mistake for a storage unit. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean went behind the closed doors to reveal an amazing George Jetson-style farm.
You got all these walls of plants growing and you can just kind of move them back and forth. You got this computer that's controlling the output of water and nutrients, and it's monitoring the nutrients to make sure that it's the right concentration all the time. It really is kind of space age, I think. And this is located at Central Wyoming College. They have this regenerative small scale farming AAS degree, and they told me that is the first of its kind in Wyoming.
Shipping container greenhouses are costly. CWC's unit cost $150,000, not including water and power hookups and a solid concrete pad on which to place it. However, the shipping container is highly efficient, cranking out between 2 to 4 acres worth of produce from its tiny space. Nearly 30 years ago, an 18-year-old freshman at Northwest College in Powell was murdered by a fellow student. Ryan Bryant never imagined he'd find anything about his sister Barry's murder to laugh about until he heard the story recently featured on the Wondery podcast Small Town Murder in episode 584, Killer Homecoming King. That aired in late March. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker had a chance to talk to Ryan about the tragedy and finding lightness in such a dark event.
He said he thought it was hysterical. He said it was the first time that he had been able to laugh. He appreciated, because you know this podcast, they don't make fun of the murder victim, and they're very careful not to do that. And he really, in particular, appreciated the way they recounted how quickly Levi Collin confessed and how quickly it went to trial.
All these years later, Ryan is still eager to share his sister's story despite the pain. He told Coker that it was such a senseless thing to happen to such a good person, and he doesn't want anyone to forget her. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicolason Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
Yellowstone National Park has just one entrance that's open year-round, the north entrance. That makes real estate in the surrounding area particularly choice, given that people can just drive into the park all year long. Now, just think about owning an entire town near that entrance with convenient access to one of the most popular parks in the nation. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the town of Prairie, Montana is on the market, listed at $2.6 million.
So this is a town with a lot of kind of cool history. It's got about $300,000 a year in vacation rental income. It could be a really nice business opportunity for someone, but it could also just be a nice little personal retreat.
It's ideally situated in a little slice of a valley they already call paradise. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Some people judge a book by its cover, and if you're not what people are looking for, you're kind of like a reject.
At school, it feels like everyone's staring at me, and I'm just kind of not really a person.
Sometimes I can't believe that you could be proud of me if I'm not proud of myself.
It just was hard today. Nobody was listening to me.
Think of our best times together. Let's do more of that.
Try to understand me more, and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find ways to support your kids at sounditouttogether.org.
Don't mind me. I'm just doing a little real estate shopping. I'm trying to figure out where Prairie, Montana is. I'm thinking about buying it. Probably have to get into a bidding war with Bill Gates. But you too could own an entire town. Prairie, Montana. Okay, I see where it is. Well, there's not much to it. Although you're right there on the Yellowstone River, that's pretty cool. But I'm looking at what passes for the town of Prairie on Google Maps, and it's, what are you getting for your $3 million? This story's in the Cowboy State Daily, by the way. An entire town, an entire gateway community to Yellowstone is on the market. Being sold, the entire town for less than $3 million. Yeah, let me look at this. Renee Jean has the story. She's a business journalist, business writer. That's her beat. Renee writes, a whole town near Yellowstone is for sale for less than $3 million. Located 45 minutes from Yellowstone's north entrance, the entire town of Prairie, Montana, listed for $2.6 million. That includes, okay, what are you getting for your money? A 100-year-old general store. Cool. A post office. Nice. A home. Well, that's good. You're going to need somewhere to go to sleep. And cabins. All right. I still don't see it on Google Maps to see exactly what it is. I'd like to know what's the square footage? How many acres am I getting? But I'm looking at some of the photos, and for $2.6 million in this valley that's known as Paradise Valley, it looks really nice. Scenic little slice of Paradise Valley, nestled right there between the Absaroka and Gallatin mountain ranges. Prairie has its own zip code, its own post office, and already generates rental income. In fact, if you go on Google Maps, you'll see a little business tag in Prey that says vacay in Prey. That's good. See, it comes already ready-made with a little marketing moniker. The money generated off rental income back in 2023 was about $300,000. That figure is projected to rise in 2024. Well, that was last year. The rental income derives from 5 housing units on site, including 3 Amish-built cabins. They look pretty cute. They look really nice. So this thing will pay for itself, right? There's 5 acres out back, has a design for 8 or 9 cabins currently, if you want to keep building and build more. Those of you on radio will just have to imagine how beautiful this town looks. I'll share some photos on our podcast version. Here's the indoors of the post office. Looks kind of aged. There's the cabins look pretty cool. There's your home, a real fancy, modern looking home. I mean, seriously, if this is listed in, Jackson Hole, for instance, $2.6 million is a steal. Renee Jean talks to Wendy Core about this story.
Yellowstone National Park has just one entrance that's open year-round, the north entrance. That makes real estate in the surrounding area particularly choice, given that people can just drive into the park all year long. Now just think about owning an entire town near it with convenient access to one of the most popular parks in the nation. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the town of Prey, Montana is on the market, listed at $2.6 million.
It was formed at the turn of the 1900s. The real estate agent, he's the tenant of the general store. This town still has its old general store. And he told me that once upon a time, they would weigh the babies at the meat counter to get their birth weights. So this is a town with a lot of kind of cool history. It's got about $300,000 a year in vacation rental income. There's already a plan that the current owner did to add like 9 cabins to that. So, maybe you're also tripling the income that's associated with it, which would be attractive given the price is around $3 million. It could be a really nice business opportunity for someone, but it could also just be a nice little personal retreat.
Prey is well situated for other adventures besides Yellowstone, as it's a comfortable 27-mile distance away from Livingston and just 48 miles from Bozeman. It's ideally situated in a little slice of a valley they already call paradise.
Wow. I'm seriously, not that I have $2.6 million, but if I did, I am half convinced myself to move in and buy Prey, Montana. I want it. I want a whole town. It is pretty cool. Beautiful area. No zoning out there, according to the real estate agent. I better get a piece of I better get some kind of percentage if this sells to one of our listeners, because I'm talking it up here on the Cowboy State Daily. Yeah, Prey, Montana for sale for $2.6 million. Includes a 100-year-old general store with a lot of history. You get a post office. You get a pretty nice home. And some rental cabins that generate $300,000 a year in income. And you're in this beautiful Paradise Valley, Montana. Something's got to be, what's the downside? What are they not telling us? This sounds like a real estate opportunity. It's listed by Mike Ratowski, real estate agent with eXp Realty, who happens to be the tenant of the general store. Well, Mike is the first guy we're kicking out when we buy it. Thanks, Mike. Handshake and now get lost. Yeah, that's a pretty neat deal. But you're going to have to win the lottery to afford it. Most of us. I'm going to have to hit the lottery if I got to afford that. 2.6 million, even though it's reasonable. And, well, the lottery, what are the odds? Renee Jean has that story as well. The multi-state Mega Millions lottery is charging more to play now, but promises bigger jackpots and better odds of winning. Some, though, say the state lottery, like YO Lotto, is still offering better chances. It all comes down to whether you're a lottery player or not. And I can't get there. Some people do it. Some people enjoy. What is the problem, Kat? Some people enjoy the idea of playing the lottery. It brings them joy even when they don't win. That's what I find absurd. Renee goes as far as to speculate on what is the makeup of your average lottery player. What's the psyche? And Renee says, turns out money can buy happiness, at least a little bit. Lottery lovers, many say, that Renee talked to, that it isn't about winning. For me, it'd be about winning. That's the only reason anybody would get me to buy some lottery ticket. But the mindset of, she goes on to explain why you don't have to win to make yourself happy playing the lottery. Just the act of being in it. Okay. I still would rather win it. But apparently, there was a couple of people interviewed in this story who are lottery folk that buy lottery tickets regularly. John Horan is one of them. Horan was asked by Renee, well, what do you think of the Mega Millions? You think it's a better odds now, but the ticket now costs more money? Horan said, I'm waiting to see how things go. I'm ambivalent on it right now. If it starts producing a few more big jackpots, then maybe he'll get into it. Mega Millions trying to boost sales with the promise of better odds and better chances, better odds and higher paydays. But do the odds, are they better than playing a state lottery like YO Lotto? Oh, man, this cat's... We might have to take a kick the cat outside break. I think we will. Yeah, stand by. Cat's going outside. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Outside. Okay, I'm back. It's a regular rinky-dink feature of this show. See, we're never going to be big time. We're never going to be, Jay Leno or Johnny Carson or Joe Rogan. We're never going to get into the big time as long as we have 30-second timeout so I can let the cat outside. I mean, how rinky-dink is that? Try to make this show really professional. Try to add all this gloss and glitz to it and these bells and whistles to make us fancy. And then we're let down whenever the cat meows constantly in the background and I got to let it out. Suddenly, the whole mirage, the whole image comes crashing down that we're a big professional show with people on, guests on, like the governor of Wyoming. The governor was on. We've had the second most powerful member of the Republican Party, John Barrasso, on, Senator Barrasso. We've had Senator Lummis on. We've had Congresswoman Harriet Hageman on. We've had the Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder, on the show. Secretary of State Chuck Gray. All kinds of super important, famous people. And the facade that we're building all comes crashing down when I have to let the cat outside. How big time can we be when we take breaks to let the cat out? Not very is my answer. Getting back to the lottery. Yeah, I don't know what else I can say on the lottery. Do you play the lottery? That's what I would like to know. I would like to know that I'm speaking to the choir, or am I totally wrong? But I don't have the money to waste on the lottery with the hopes of striking it rich. The very slim hopes of striking it rich. I got a better chance. If I need money, I got to go out and hustle it, man. Earn it. I'm not getting into the Friday night bingo or going to the casino. Or John Horan says that's exactly. He said, I do this. This is sort of my casino. He said, for me, it's just, instead of going to the casino, I play this. John Horan said that's why he does the lottery. It's sort of his form of gambling. And you never know when it might hit. But I hear all these stories of people who do win the lottery when it hits, and their worst nightmares come true. Then all of a sudden, all these relatives you never knew you had, they all come calling. They all show up. So careful. And then plus you win the lottery and the government taxes like 2/3 of it or something. What do you really win when you're done? Well, I mean, if you hit the big one, I guess you still get, you'll be on easy street from then on. But I just can't throw money away on lottery tickets. I just can't. I just don't. What about you? Do you play the lottery? 307-999-TALK, 307-999-TALK. Text me and tell me whether you are a lottery person. And if so, please explain why. Go the extra mile and tell me why. Try to convince me. 307-999-TALK, 307-999-8255. Throw me a text. Tell me if you play the lottery. If you're a lottery person. I can't do it. We'll talk to Don Day, our weather guy. I guess that's the first thing we can ask him before we even ask about the weather, is how he feels about the whole lotto thing. Don, we're talking about the lottery. It's Renee Jean has a story in the Cowboy State Daily about the Mega Millions. And the ticket costs more now, but the payouts are more and the odds are better. Still, it's the odds of getting struck by lightning like 3 times in a month. The odds are long, Don. You would know, Don Day. What are the odds of getting? Am I likely to get hit by lightning today if I walk outside?
There is a chance.
Okay.
It's not high, but with lightning, it depends where you are. The highest incident of folks hit by lightning is in Florida.
Yeah.
2 reasons, but lots of thunderstorms in Florida. Number 2, lots of golf courses.
Oh, bingo. Yeah.
Yes.
You're out there in the open. You got the club.
Yeah, but lightning in Wyoming and the Rocky Mountain West is a thing. I mean, it's a significant threat, and lightning's like avalanches. I think sometimes we underplay how many people are injured or killed every year in avalanches. Same with lightning. I mean, lightning kills more people every year than tornadoes on average.
Oh, wow. So maybe I should, it'd be just my luck to have the winning lottery ticket and be struck by lightning and have the ticket get burned to a crisp and have me dead.
Wow, you're bringing us all up today, Jake.
It's Monday and the Pope died this morning. What have I got to look forward to? Maybe winning the lottery. One other thing regarding wicked weather and thunderstorms and lightning. The story Andrew Rossi had me thinking back when we had that one day. It was back on Friday, I think, in Wyoming. Nebraska was reporting that softball size hail. How do you get hail? What makes hail? What makes regular old rain become hail? And how does it get that big?
Well, you need a thunderstorm, number one, and you need a thunderstorm with strong updrafts, which means the air is moving vertically very quickly up and very high into the cloud and very high in the atmosphere where it's colder. But a lot of times in spring, you can get some very large hail just because the air above us is still pretty cold. And so what happens with a hailstone is it forms, it falls, but it gets caught in that updraft and it goes back up again. And the stronger the updraft, the bigger the hail will get. And, Nebraska, while the frequency of hail in Nebraska isn't as high as it is in parts of eastern Wyoming, it's still pretty significant. So, welcome to the beginning of hail season.
Wow. The only good-sized hail I saw was outside of DuBois. I was on the Wind River Reservation and got pretty good hailstorm, like quarter-size hail. It was like it hurt you. Like you wanted to be find a tree.
Yeah. People in China are killed every year from hailstorms.
Oh, all right. Wow. Yeah, this is a real uplifting Monday.
Uplifting moment here.
Weather going to kill you somehow. Probably brought the same day you win the lottery. You're going to be killed by weather. How dangerous does the weather look today, Don?
Not very.
Okay.
We did have some showers yesterday and overnight. We did have a little bit of rain and snow shower activity down in the southwest. We do have some slick roads, slick mountain passes. And the way this week's going to go, Jake, it's just classic. This is textbook April. We're not going to be too cold. We're not going to be too warm. And off and on, especially during the second half of the week, we're going to have occasional rain showers, a couple of thunderstorms. There's no big storm this week, but lots of little systems, especially between Wednesday and the weekend. Now, that's good, though, because this will continue to bring chances of needed spring moisture.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I like it. I like today. I like the week. I'm optimistic again. Thanks. You changed.
Well, if you're optimistic, then I guess I'll go out and buy a lottery ticket.
You changed my whole mindset. Yes, let's both of us go out and hit the lottery. We can be done with this whole morning routine thing. We'll both buy Prey, Montana. You and I will go in on buying our own town up there in Montana, and we'll live life up there. Really.
So it'll be called Jake Town?
We don't have to rename it. We can call it, keep with Prey. Prey sounds good in Paradise Valley. I mean, it's perfectly named. 2.6 million. So let's hit it.
Oh, is that all?
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah. And then
I'll let you know if I win.
Okay. We have a deal now. We're going in. We're going in on Prey, Montana. You and me.
Okay, sounds good. As long as I can be mayor.
If either of us hits it. Yeah. You got a deal. All right, Don Day with the forecast. Thank you, Don. Have a great day. Right. Let's take a quick break. Coming right back.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days. They haven't drank anything. They're cold. They're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long. It was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on this manic Monday, kind of a downer Monday, I guess. I'm all worried about getting struck by lightning. I'm actually worried about winning the lottery and the implications. And I guess I can be worried about getting struck by softball-size hail. Ouch, that would hurt. Andrew Rossi's story about softball-sized hail leaving a path of destruction across eastern Nebraska. The same cold front that blasted Wyoming with winter thunderstorms also caused tornadoes, 80-mile-an-hour wind, and softball-sized hail in Nebraska, leaving behind a swath of destruction. We got photos to prove it in the story that hail is... I've been in some hail that was pretty big. And big enough that it hurt you. I've been a horseback when hail came. And that's no fun because your horse, he doesn't like getting pelted with hail either. And the horse wants to turn his butt to... Just let your horse do whatever it wants to do when the hail comes. Because, it's painful. And, of course, you know about, hail sales at dealerships. An auto dealership, when they see the hail coming, they can't cover the cars fast enough. They can't get the vehicles out of the way. Hail just dents the cars up. And then they have a hail sale. They're like, oh, now we got a damaged car. They have to sell it for less. Strong winds, hail, that all happened in Nebraska. And that was that same storm that we got in Wyoming on Friday. It got some pretty, Thursday, Friday-ish, got some serious weather in Wyoming. But hailstorms, not uncommon in April. And you just heard Don Day talk about what makes hail, that updraft and that cold air aloft. Sometimes a big chunk of hail will start as a little bitty raindrop. Now on the way down, it freezes, and then it gets blown back up by updraft and freezes some more. And pretty soon, by the time it finally does fall to earth, it's the size of your fist. No thanks. All right, I want to talk about this AI anti-hacking curriculum program at LCCC, Laramie County Community College, the only institute in Wyoming with a cyber defense certification from the National Security Agency. The certification comes as threats from artificial intelligence are growing every day. And congrats to LCCC. I'm missing a C in there, for their new program. They received, recently, the two-year institution was designated by NSA, approved by NSA, designated by National Center of Academic Excellence in Cyber Defense. They receive recognition for their program. How good is the anti-hacking program? And this is it's just it's sort of an IT cyber class, but it focuses on teaching their students how to build a safer network, a network that's bulletproof from cyber attack and from AI, which is essentially artificial intelligence, a cyber attack. As we said earlier in the show, many of these hackers that hack into your Facebook account or hack into your email, much of it is done by not a human, not a person sitting there in Pakistan saying, I'm going to hack Joe today in Chugwater, Wyoming. It's programs, software designed by hackers that just turned loose. And it's just robots. It's just cyborgs. It's artificial intelligence run amok, trying to weasel its way into all kinds of networks, bank accounts, whatever, steal your info. And how do you combat that? How do you plan against that? Well, you got to fight fire with fire. If the hackers are that smart, you've got to train people to be smarter. And they're doing that at LCCC, Laramie County Community College, with a new program now. They had to go to the NSA to get approved, because we're talking about when you're done with this program and you get whatever degree they give you, I don't know if it's a BS degree, BA, I don't know what it is, but whenever you finish the program, graduate the program, you're on a career path for, the three-letter agencies, as they say, CIA, FBI, etc. Like, that's where you're headed when you finish one of these programs. You're ready to get into the anti-hacking industry, whatever that field is. I mean, there's no shortage of people that want to hire you to keep their network safe. This story from Renee Jean she interviewed a few students who were in the process. She also interviewed the director at LCCC, who said, this is normally a 2 to 3 year process to get approval from the NSA. You can't just call yourself a college that has a curriculum. You have to be accredited. You have to be recognized by the NSA. Normally takes 2 to 3 years, if not longer. And Laramie County Community College had their program accepted in, I think, under a year. I think like 6 months. Director Troy Amick said, normally a 2 to 3 year process. Generally, NSA will do an assessment from what you show them, and they'll poke holes in your program. They'll ask you to improve this and make that better. And he said it normally could take several years. But we were fortunate that what they found with our program was very little wrong. We had already reached, Troy said, we had already reached a level of cutting-edge instruction, and the ways we involve our students far exceeded what they usually see. So the LCCC cybersecurity program for students was approved in 6 months and up and running. If that sounds like a career for you, get in there. Renee Jean had a story about one truck driver who did just that. Josh Stevenson was interviewed in this story. He had always been interested in computers. He had always had an interest in cybersecurity, but he had to put food on the table for the family. So he He became a truck driver several years ago, and finally the wife said, that's enough for these long stretches away from home. Why don't you go back to school? Get into this LCCC program. So Stevenson, who lives in Cheyenne, enrolled in Laramie County Community College's cybersecurity program. And recently, that 2-year institution received approval designation from NSA, like we said, and he's happy he's in there. Transformative moment for LCCC, said Dan McIntosh, Information Technology Pathway Coordinator. The designation, not just about our IT program, Dan said, but it's a win for the entire campus, our students, and the broader community. So congrats to Laramie County Community College. You can now go to school there in order to fight the bots, fight the good fight against spammers and scammers and AI run amok. On that same note, I find this story fascinating. Should you bother being nice and using manners when conversing with Chat GPT, for instance? When you know you're talking to a bot, like in Chat GPT, when you know you're talking to AI, should you bother saying things like please and thank you? Because after all, this is a robot. It has no feelings. Do you need to say, in fact, one CEO in the business, tech billionaire Sam Altman, he's the CEO of OpenAI. He recently admitted that people who are polite when talking to ChatGPT or a known AI robot, a chatbot, he said, you're wasting your time and you're wasting his money. Don't bother saying please and thank you to chatbots. It's costing him big time, he says. He said, how much money OpenAI lost, for instance, wondering how much money has OpenAI lost in electricity costs from people saying please and thank you to their models, to the chatbots. Could be tens of millions of dollars spent elsewhere. It costs money to run these big data centers. They're real power hungry. Wyoming has one, and they want another one here in state. And you're wasting electricity, you're wasting time if you bother saying please and thank you to a chatbot, supposedly. That's what more than one person has said in the industry. Now, here's where it could be okay to do so when you're talking artificial intelligence, because after all, chatbots or any other AI, artificial intelligence, non-human thing that you're maybe texting with. In other words, here's how it would be in your everyday life. You would get on chatbot, or you would get on some program. For instance, if you're on a website, sometimes you'll see that text box appear down in the corner, and it'll say, how can I help you? Let's say you pop in on a certain website. Maybe you're looking for shoes. Maybe you're in the market for a new pair of boots or something, and the little chat bot will come up in the corner and it'll say, how can I help you? Feel free to ask me a question. Now, that's not a person. It's just a robot. It's AI. It's chat bot. And you can say, well, I was looking for a pair of boots, women's size 7, maybe brown. Okay, I'll get right on that. The chat bot will text back. Give me a minute. I'll look up that for you. And then you'd say, thank you. Why bother? It's a robot. It's going to do the job anyway. You don't have to say, please, could you look for a size 7 for me? Thank you. You're just wasting everyone's time. You're wasting electricity and you're wasting money, according to some folks in the industry. Although, here's where it's the exception. Microsoft Work Lab says that it could pay off being polite to a chatbot, because when a chatbot or when AI clocks politeness, it's likely to be polite back. Because after all, artificial intelligence is little more than prediction machines. And they're trying to figure out how you think all the time. And if they're listening and if they're clocking politeness on your end, they'll probably reciprocate with politeness of their own. So it may make your experience more pleasant if you say please and thank you to a robot, because the robot will say please and thank you back. That might be the only reason to waste time with the please and thank you to chatbots. A late 2024 survey found 67% of us in the U.S. report that we try to be nice to chatbots. Even if we know they're just artificial intelligence and not humans, we still, 67% of us reported being nice to our chatbots. Oh, isn't that cute? 55% of those American AI users say they do it because it's the, quote, right thing to do. More than half of us feel guilty if we don't be nice to a robot. So in other words, if this gets to the Jetson age, we're talking about chatting with a robot, chatbot. But what if it was, the Jetsons and we had the robot maid? Like the next version of Roomba. If we had Roomba 7 and it was an actual, like a maid that would do the dusting and you said thank you. You said, oh, I've spilled my coffee here in the kitchen, Roomba. Could you please come over and clean it up? Would you say please out of guilt, even though the machine's going to do what you tell it anyway? 55% of us said we do it because it's the right thing to do. Be nice to a robot. 12% of us are nice to a robot because, get this, and this is where I am. I'm in this camp. 12% of us say please and thank you to the robots because we want to appease the robot in an algorithm in case of an AI uprising. In case chatbot or robots or Roomba 7 turn against us, we want it to remember that we were always nice to it. We always said our pleases and thank yous. We always had good manners. 12% of us use please and thank you and good manners to chatbots only because we're afraid of the time the robots turn against us. I thought that was interesting. Let's take a quick break. Be right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
And welcome back to the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. How was your Easter weekend? We're getting to a bunch of stories this morning, including this pilot. Dale's not going to be with us, which is too bad. Dale Killingbeck has a fantastic story in the Cowboy State Daily with, in the history vein, talking about this pilot that survived a crash in 1922. This is when airplanes were still in their infancy. I mean, the whole air travel, I mean, it was new, or there was, you flew planes without the tech you have today, let's just say that. And Henry Boonstra is the guy we're talking about. He took off. He was carrying the mail. That's how they deliver the mail in Wyoming. I don't know what's more dangerous, flying around in a World War I era plane like a DH-4 biplane in Wyoming in 1922, this rickety airplane with one prop, one propeller airplane, or the Pony Express when you're trying to race through hostile Indian country. Whoa, what was worse? What was more dangerous, delivering the mail back of the day? Today, the only danger delivering the mail is maybe an aggressive German Shepherd. But back in the day, Pony Express gave way to airplanes that could barely stay in the air. This crash happened December 15th, 1922. It was a Friday. Henry Boonstra was on a mission to deliver. He picked up the mail in Salt Lake, and he was going to deliver to Rock Springs. And on the way, and I love, Boonstra mentions how they flew these things back then. And they had no GPS, no, radar, nothing fancy at all in these airplanes. How do they even know where they were? They just looked over the side. That was their radar, that was the beacon back in the day. 1922, flying a plane, toting the mail. How do you know when you're approaching Rock Springs? Well, you just look over the side. Oh, yeah, looks like Rock Springs down there. And Boonstra recounts a crash, and the crash was only the beginning of his trouble because he survived it. But now he's in the middle of nowhere in the winter. Fascinating story from Dale Killingbeck about Henry Boonstra flying an open cockpit. Did I mention that? Open cockpit biplane with big old letters on the side saying U.S. mail. I mean, what would compel you to take that job? Hope it paid well. U.S. mail 249. That was the plane. The landing gear looks like wheels, the rickety wheels that might be on your lawnmower. Seriously, I'm looking at a photo of this biplane, and it looks like it would fall apart if you so much as said boo at it. It looks really rickety. No way would it survive a Nebraska hailstorm. It would punish this thing. And it's got landing gear. I hesitate to even call it landing gear. It seriously looks like wheels that belong on the front of your lawnmower. With that kind of infrastructure, no shocks, no strut, just these tiny little wheels. There's not even a wheel on the back. Like, I don't know how this thing even landed when you landed it correctly. Well, Henry Boonstra never got it landed in Rock Springs. He didn't make it that far. It's December 15th, 1922. He's cruising along in his plane number 249. He's a World War I instructor pilot, so he knows what he's doing. He flew these similar airplanes from 1918 all the way up to 1926. But remember, these are some of the earliest airplane travel. I mean, yeah. After the war, Henry Boonstra took up what's known as barnstorming. That's flying low and slow, delivering the mail to places like Wyoming, remote areas like Wyoming. December weather that day had been snowy. Carrying the mail in an open cockpit biplane was notoriously dangerous occupation. Boonstra's cruising along on that December 15th, and he said right up ahead was the Porcupine Ridge of the Uinta Mountains, just a few miles east of the Wyoming state line. So he was getting there, closer to Rock Springs than he was Salt Lake. And he said, I found my airspeed diminishing. The motor seemed to slow down for no reason at all. Well, that should be a heads up, Boonstra. That doesn't sound good. But he said my instruments were working fine, and I didn't think much of it. Boonstra would tell the Salt Lake Tribune later in a story they published December 20th. This crash was going to happen 5 days prior, December 15th. He said instruments were working fine, but his motor didn't sound right. Boy, I would go, never mind the instruments, Henry. Go with what you said, what sounds like. If you feel like your plane is losing power, never mind what the dials tell you. But he said he didn't think much of it. And then suddenly, the top of the peak came up to meet me. I crashed. In later years, Boonstra would speculate it was the carburetor icing up is the reason he went down, or the reason he couldn't get enough power to get over the mountains, Uinta Mountains. And so began the saga of Henry Boonstra. Crashed now, survived the crash, but he's in deep snow. And what he does from then on is just heroic. He's got no, he's not clothed for necessarily for what he's doing. He's got no snowshoes. But in bitter cold, he used what clothing he had to sort of fashion snowshoes, and he wrapped clothing around his hands to serve as gloves. In bitter cold, without food or water, he crawled for 2 days in the deep snow until he came upon a barn. Oh, that must have been some kind of oasis sighting. Thank God, Henry thought, there's a barn. He spends the night in the barn, and then when the weather clears a little bit, he can see a ranch house about a mile away. And there he goes to the ranch house, and he receives rest, food, and warmth. The rancher took him in. The rancher rode to a nearby ranch to find a search party gearing up to look for Boonstra. Oh, it would have been too late. Good thing Henry took matters into his own hands. 60 U.S. Air Mail Service pilots gave their lives flying mail around back in the early 1900s. Henry Boonstra was not one of them. He survived. And his tale of survival, just incredible. You got to read it in the Cowboy State Daily. Dale Killingbeck has the story for you. Pretty cool. Dale is covering the trial of that Casper Foster bad dad. That's going on this morning, so he will not be able to join us, but I'd rather have him covering that trial, letting us know how that turns out. We'll cover more when we get to the next hour. And the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues after the news break.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. When Matt Cundy of Casper took his own life at age 27, the family he left behind was devastated. The kind, outgoing young man had given off few signs of the depression that would eventually take him from his family forever. But DNA later revealed that he'd also left them with something special, a 5-year-old daughter they never knew he had. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker spoke to the family, which found unexpected joy in their profound grief.
So what was astounding to them is the devastation they felt waiting through those months following his death. And then to find out 5 months later, actually on Good Friday, I learned today, they learned that they had a granddaughter. And Jan calls them her Godwink moment. I think this is just a Godwink moment for sure.
Despite the pain of losing their son, the miracle of their granddaughter Taylor is a blessing that the Cundys never imagined would emerge from the tragedy. Jan Cundy said she feels her son smiling down on them, knowing that they've found her. Momentum behind the push to split up one of the largest utility companies in the country continues to build. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Wyoming, Idaho, and Utah are rallying around the idea of forming what they call an interstate compact for regional energy collaboration and breaking PacifiCorp into 2 separate electricity providers.
Utah passed a resolution this past legislative session that says, okay, it's official. We want to form a 3-state compact that basically takes the constituency of those 3 states, Wyoming, Utah, and Idaho, and creates a new energy entity to be determined that can set policies that reflect the priorities of those 3 states. And those 3 states want to prioritize, according to the leaders who are involved, fossil fuels. Well, the opposite has happened on the West Coast.
PacifiCorp is already divided into its subsidiaries, Rocky Mountain Power and Pacific Power. The company reports it has about 2 million customers, with about 1.2 million of those in Rocky Mountain Power's red states and another 800,000 in the West Coast states. The son of a late motel owner in Jeffrey City is sorting through the unexpected inheritance his father left behind, with memories scattered everywhere. But Randy Robinette returns almost every weekend to fix and clean up the Green Mountain Motel, despite the painful memories of his dad's unexpected death in May 2024. Cowboy State Daily videographers Riley Strand and Hannah Brock spent time with Robinette as he sifted through the remains of his father's life.
I mean, I don't have to go through my dad's stuff to know my dad, but it brings back memories, you know. If anybody had to do this, they understand. You go through it and some things you're just like, what's the story behind this? You know, like why? Kind of the pack rat mentality, and that was definitely my dad. We've actually worked together a couple times through the years. I thought my dad and I had a good relationship.
You can watch the full video at cowboystatedaily.com or on our YouTube channel. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicholas and Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
The author of Ocean's 11 was also one of the most revered and provocative storytellers of The Twilight Zone and was the screenwriter who introduced the world to Star Trek. This was George Clayton Johnson, a middle school dropout who escaped a lonely childhood in Cheyenne, only to become one of the most imaginative minds of Tinseltown. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi shines a spotlight on Johnson's remarkable career.
Speaking to the people who knew him and who knew his work, they think that his harsh upbringing in Wyoming really informed the themes that he would translate into fictional works, the ideas of loss, of sadness, of what you're missing out on in life, the choices you make. Just watching anything that he's written, you can see that pouring through in the dialogue. One of the most rewatched Twilight Zone episodes ever is Nothing in the Dark, which stars Robert Redford as Death. And he points out that it's not scary. What you're afraid of is the unknown.
Johnson was inspired by visionaries and inspired others to become visionaries. But the irony is that the elation he evoked in so many others came from a determination to overcome the depths of lonely desperation in the Cowboy State. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I do not have guns at home.
I feel really safe and secure having a gun in the house.
Judge, my opponent is completely disregarding almost half of my arguments which I responded to.
Communities must step up
Laws
and
alone
protest
cannot
against this
stop a
normalizing.
bullet.
Our community must educate and push back against all that violence.
Every individual needs to be aware of what they can do to keep kids safe.
I completely disagree.
I'm not gonna listen to points that are completely ridiculous.
Point of inquiry. Do you guys even realize that the #1 killer of children and teens are gun injuries? Why are we fighting about this?
We have a serious problem in this country.
There is no adult in this earth that wants children to die.
I worry for my kids.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday. Let's get into the Zoom room. David Madison awaits. David's got a few stories in the Cowboy State Daily you should read. Go ahead, read them now. We'll wait. David, how was your Easter weekend? What'd you do?
It was lovely.
Yeah?
Time outside. Yeah, it's good. Now it's snowing again.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the day or the hour. Lander had to cancel its Easter egg hunt due to snow on Easter Sunday. But yeah, it depends on where you are. And where you are, up there in Montana, you got the measles. How you doing? You staying safe?
My editor joked that my reporting was spotty.
Can we mark you safe from the great measles epidemic of 2025? Montana, I mean, we see this happening in Texas and surrounding states, and now Montana. What's going? Is it the unvaccinated? What's happening?
Yeah, the story broke. The public health department put out a press release stating that a family was made aware. Two households were made aware that they may have been exposed at an out-of-state event, and so the Gallatin County Health Department wasn't identifying which state or what kind of event, but these two households, which included adults and children, they did what's called contact tracing and figured out that they had some extended visits at an electrical contracting place and at a tire store all along Highway 191, which runs on the west edge of Greater Bozeman, the Bozeman-Belgrade area. And it is the one road that connects this part of Montana to Wyoming through West Yellowstone. And it's a terrible time to show up with measles at the tire store, because we just said it's snowing, but now's the time when people are changing over their tires from studs to summer tires. And so those places are really crowded right now. But it sounds like they've isolated these 5 folks, and They've got a emergency response system in place. Everyone I spoke to said they were flashing back to the days of COVID, where these folks would come in a car and be tested by protected medical professionals. And anyway, I hope that they caught it, and that it doesn't spread. They said there's no evidence that it spread anywhere beyond these 5, but we'll be watching that this week.
Yeah, it reminds you of the urgency when you're dealing with a pandemic, and this is not a pandemic, but of trying to find patient zero, ground zero, and then isolating, and then just like stopping the spread. COVID, we never had a chance. I mean, if you were going to get serious about COVID, and when you first knew about it, like getting out of China, you would halted every airline flight, all of them, right away. And we did. We sort of like halfway through it, we're like, oh, maybe you shouldn't fly. And so, yeah, hopefully, learning that lesson in Montana with a measles outbreak, you can get right on it fast. And even then, you're not sure you got everybody. You have to ask someone who has like, who'd you contact? What was the last 24 or 48 hours? What'd you do? Where'd you go? That's hard.
Indeed. Yeah, I mean, so far, Wyoming is on the right side of the ledger. Half the states are dealing with this.
Yeah.
And, Texas, I think, has it the worst, but 800 cases nationwide. And yeah, we'll watch that number and certainly see if Wyoming is impacted. There's very few diseases. The other thing I learned that are more contagious that, a person who's infected can walk into the waiting room at a tire store, and for 2 hours, anyone who's unvaccinated passes through that room, they're at risk.
Yeah.
So it's scary.
Spreads really easily. Yeah. As of April 17th, David points out in his story, U.S. Center for Disease and Control and Prevention, total of 800 confirmed cases. We know mostly, we heard about them happening in Texas, mostly being spread by, and it all starting by the unvaccinated. For whatever reason you choose not to vaccinate, don't want to cast any blame. But if we're vaccinated, are we relatively safe? I hope.
Yes. Yeah. I think that was the other thing that came out in the Gallatin County Public Health Department set up this interview with the health officer and 2 physicians, and that was one thing that they told me during the call is that it's about as good as you can get with vaccines.
Right.
Your immunity.
Yeah.
And they had seen, I spoke to 1 nurse practitioner and 2 physicians, and between those 3 in their careers, and they were veterans, they'd seen 2 cases. One of them had never seen a case. And then one of them only saw one overseas. So yeah, it's one of those things that it's up on the poster of things to look out for, but something that never comes across their desk until now.
Yeah, me personally, very skeptical of the COVID vaccine. I just didn't think I had enough time in the test phase. A little worried about that, but yeah, I mean, measles. Hopefully we know what measles can do. It's been around a long time, and feel pretty safe with the vaccine, and it's kept us safe with that herd immunity they talk about. But boy, I don't like to hear about this new outbreak. Not good news. Keep it in Montana, David, if you can. We're sharing some things though. These western states, so Wyoming, Utah, Idaho, talking about getting together on power. What does it mean other than these are like-minded states with similar agendas when it comes to power? What does this whole thing mean?
Yeah, to set it up, Pacific Corp is already, it's a big utility. It's owned by Berkshire Hathaway, and it's already divided into Rocky Mountain Power and Pacific Power. Pacific Power is California, Oregon, and Washington. Rocky Mountain Power, Utah, Idaho, Wyoming. So that division already occurs. But what also happens is that through all those 6 states, there's an economy of scale where they're sharing power. We're sharing power all over, wherever it makes the most sense. So when, like this time of year, when the runoff starts in the Pacific Northwest, everyone under that PacifiCorp umbrella benefits from that hydropower. And in the depths of winter, when we fire up the coal, the coal plants are going full steam in Wyoming, saying the electricity can go east to west. Well, what has been happening over the last, I think at least a year now, from my reporting, is that leaders in Idaho and Utah and Wyoming have been talking about, hey, we are different than the other 3 states in this 6-state compact, California, Oregon, and Washington. And the key difference is that we have not put any governing rules on how much clean power has to be in the grid. Whereas like California is striving for total clean power in 2045, Washington is turning over the coal strip plant here in Montana to another utility because it has rules about accepting coal-fired electricity. And I think Idaho, Wyoming, and Utah are seeing that and saying, hey, well, this is a political decision, and we're going to make a different one than these 3 states. And so Utah was the first to plant a flag, as one source said, by passing this resolution, which said, all right, we're formally recognizing that these 3 states are different than the other 3 states, and we're going to start talking about creating a 3-state compact. And so what I didn't get in this reporting, what I hope to in future, is really a response to that from the other 3 states. What does California, Oregon, and Washington think about that? Is it good riddance, or are they going to say, hey, the whole point of having 6 states is to create a large economy of scale, spread the cost around, and everybody benefits? I think the counterpoint to that has been made official by Utah, saying, no, we can lower electricity bills by leaning harder into fossil fuels, and we're going to start that process. Now, we probably don't want to bore listeners with all the minutia that goes into electricity regulation and what it would mean to break up that 6-state compact that's underneath PacifiCorp. It would be a long, tedious process, but it's one that apparently has started.
Yeah, the first step is this Utah legislation known as HCR 9. And Harry Hansen, deputy director at the Utah Office of Energy Development, said, let's go ahead and put some action behind this. He said, Oregon, Washington, and California obviously have different priorities than what Utah has. Utah more like-minded with Idaho and Wyoming, so why not split that whole thing up? Sounds like it'd be beneficial for all, but David's going to reach out to California, Oregon, Washington, and see what they think about this whole thing, whether it has some inertia and long-standing movement, and maybe these California, Oregon, Washington, they're so bound up with restrictions they've put on themselves about how they want to create energy. Maybe they can accept some dirty energy that happens in Wyoming, make an exception. Maybe you don't want to burn fossil fuels in California to create your energy, but maybe you'll take it from a state that does. That could be beneficial for everybody.
I think California is also the least impacted in that it depends the least on PacifiCorp and Pacific Power. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the one thing that has changed the landscape is demand from data centers and AI, and what that's going to mean on electricity demand. Is there going to be so much demand that 3 states can create an effective economy of scale? That's what Rob Krieger at the Wyoming Energy Authority suggested in my interview, that it's a different playing field now due to that, and so it's time to make a change. But yeah, we got a lot of reader response on this. I didn't expect that. I thought it was kind of a in the weeds kind of story, so I was pleased to see that folks were interested, and yeah, we will follow up.
Yeah, the kind of story you would expect to get response from is one that affects so many of us, like rent. How many of us have to sit down or write the rent check at the first of the month? Residential rents skyrocketing, as many can attest, in Idaho, Montana, but remains stable in Wyoming.
I got some pushback on that. a reader in Gillette wrote in and said, "Hey, I don't know what you're talking about."
Right.
I tried to put a caveat in there that, especially with real estate statistics, I think that that's become a clickbaity type of data that's online.
Yeah.
So you whatever argument you set out to make about real estate, you can find statistics to back you up online.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I think it was really just a way to prod the conversation. What I came away with is, a really interesting analysis from North Idaho. I spoke to a prominent realtor up there, and Jim Elgie, and he talked about how what he's seeing is, speculators coming in from out of state, where you can liquidate a property in Washington or California, reinvest in Idaho in a single family home, and really count on a steady rental income that's a better investment apparently than what they're getting in those coastal states. And so what that does is it creates a cash buyer situation where they're kind of flying above the interest rates, where the working family is looking at that 6.7% interest rate and scratching their head, and then they see a rental property. And what it all adds up to is that for a lower monthly payment, you could probably get a larger square footage by renting, instead of having to cough up, $100,000, when homes are going for $500,000, you got to come up with $100K to get a down payment at 20%. So anyway, I hadn't heard that analysis. And then here in Bozeman, it's remarkable the grassroots efforts that are going on around tenants. There's Bozeman Tenants United, and they've been making headlines for the last year. The latest fight was over this building called the Guthrie, and my general understanding of it was that the proponents say, hey, here's another high density, affordable apartment complex right downtown that can support the workforce that's working in the restaurants and hotels, which continue to grow. We get new hotels announced all the time. The opponents are saying this is the new feudalism, that the same people building the hotels are building this apartment complex to house their employees, and so they pay you a little and then they take it back in rent.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, there's some real elevated feelings here in Bozeman about real estate and rents, and another one to watch for sure.
Yeah. The challenges Bozeman faces just remind me a lot of Jackson Hole and what's going on there. It's a very similar economics and real estate, and interesting about, it's all supply demand. If there's little supply and a lot of demand, obviously rent's going to go up. And it's interesting what you pointed out, some people choosing to rent rather than buy a home with interest rates so high. Renting makes sense. It's the landlord who has to deal with the property tax, and when the boiler blows up, and so renting, it works for some, but it floods the rental market with renters, and now there's not enough rentals. And I think Wyoming was ahead of the curve as far as rents going up and up and up. Wyoming saw that from COVID till now, and now Idaho and Montana starting, I think, a little later, feeling rent soaring. But it's tough all over, even if it is supposedly stable in Wyoming.
Yeah, I guess the one bright spot to try and end on an up note is that Missoula has made a concerted effort to increase the number of units and appears to be seeing rents start to dip. There's a lot of that some of that might have to do with what happened in the legislature 2 sessions ago, where they passed some laws that the governor will tell you it's called the Montana Miracle, where they cut through some red tape and allowed construction projects to move forward faster. And that has resulted in more units in Missoula. That's one story that's told often here in Montana.
Yeah, that's a little bit of good news for the college town of Missoula. All right. David, thank you so much for spending a Monday with us.
You bet. See you next time.
Cowboy State Daily, quick break. We'll be right back with more on this show after these.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
In 2023, arm pump was holding me back. After a successful treatment at the McGinley Clinic in Wyoming, I can now focus on track instead of pain. The McGinley Clinic offers innovative, minimally invasive treatments for most sports injuries, including arm pump. They got me back to peak performance and back on the podium. Go check out McGinley Clinic today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's Monday, so that means we talk to Sally Ann Shermer on Mondays. Let's get her into the room. Sally Ann, how was your Easter weekend?
It was fantastic. Thank you for asking. It was just great. We had family yesterday, and we had a big time, and everyone was present, and so that's always great. And it was just really lovely. And I got to church, and that's something that I haven't been able to do in quite some time. So I was really, really thrilled to get to Mass and sit in the actual church. They've built a ramp at my little tiny parish, and so that worked out perfectly. So it's been a really good weekend. And then, of course, we awoke to the news of the Pope's passing, which is sad. He's been really, really ill, obviously, but it's always sad to lose a pope, and it's a big deal worldwide. So now we wait and see what happens next.
Yeah, what should be for the certainly over 1 billion Catholics in the Christian community, what should be a real positive up kind of thing for Easter weekend is a little bit of a damper on it this morning. Pope Francis passed away. I'm glad he had the one last appearance. I didn't think we'd ever see him out in public again, but he met briefly with VP J.D. Vance. He was out in the Pope Mobile a little bit on Easter, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that there's something cosmic about all this, and I think he just wanted to last through Easter, and he did that. And
yeah.
I think that's wonderful, because I'm like you, the reports were so dire there for so long that I wasn't sure that we would ever see him in public again. So I think that he probably went on his own terms, and I think that he, made it through Easter, and then he decided it was, time to go. So it's, it is sad. It's historic. I mean, it's, as a lifelong Catholic, obviously I I have certain feelings about all this, but it's historic, and the Pope is seen, I think, as a worldwide leader, not just for Catholics, but also, worldwide. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. I just heard a commentator say that, Pope Francis was kind of polarizing. Conservatives thought he wasn't conservative enough, and liberals thought he wasn't liberal enough. And he, as the whole world has become, I think, he was probably the most political of the popes, in that, he was really big on the push button issues of, immigration and social justice and all of those kinds of things. So I think that that's probably the new way. And I think that in moving forward, we'll see more and more involvement of our popes, but it'll be interesting to see what happens. He was the first one from Latin America, of course, not from Europe. And there's been a lot of speculation that the next one might be from Africa, which would be the first African pope, if that were to be true. But there'll be all the ceremonies and all of the funeral type things, and then the conclave and everybody will be waiting for that white smoke. So as technologically the world has advanced, but it's still all about that white smoke. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, you're right. Pope Francis was a little more willing to weigh in on political stuff with his opinion, where prior popes kind of stayed above it and stayed out of it. But it was interesting. He also, we knew he suffered since a long time with lung issues. So that double pneumonia was, at 88 years old, that is not good. And I could just have this feeling, if I'm a fly on the wall in the room, when his medical team probably said, you can't go out and do anything out of public. You got to stay in bed. It could kill you. The Pope's like, one day closer to my reward is probably what he's thinking. It was
exactly
completely worth it to go out and
Easter's such a big deal, and to see him make it to Easter, that was a big deal. And then to just have him go like he went. I haven't heard any. I know it was shortly after midnight, but I don't know what exactly happened. I imagine he was. I hope he was pain-free, and I hope he, maybe even was sleeping, which would be the blessing of all blessings. But in any case, it's, he was, of course, the first pope that was kind of not really wanting the job, but, Pope Benedict resigned, which was also a historic moment in the church. No other pope for 1700 years or something has resigned. And that's really not looked on very favorably. And so Pope Benedict resigned and was still, relatively healthy and alive. And so Pope Francis, was elected. And so now we'll just see what happens next. It's really a historic time, and it's a real time of interest. Not, like I say, not just for Catholics, I think, but worldwide in seeing what the future holds.
Yeah, for sure. Well, how'd the weather hold up? I know in Lander, they canceled the Easter egg hunt. Too much snow to find the eggs. What's going on where you are?
Well, we were, had dire predictions for 10 inches and 60 miles an hour of wind, and we got like 4 inches, and it soaked right into the ground. So really the roads around here were not bad at all, and very little wind. And so we did have a very well attended hunt on Saturday afternoon. It was a little chilly, but the sun was out, and there was a little bit of snow on the ground, but certainly not what we had expected. So I know they did move some things that were scheduled for Casper indoors. Casper, although it's 25 miles away, seemed to have a lot more snow than Glenrock got, which is often the case. I don't know if I think it's the mountain or something, but Casper did get a significant snowfall, especially those folks in West Casper who live closer to the mountain. But we did not. And then yesterday was cool but sunny, so that was lovely for people to go to church and so forth. So today, and then it rained last night, which I was not expecting, but we had a nice little shower about 9 o'clock right after sunset, and we're supposed to get some more rain today. So right now it's very cloudy. So I think it's moderate. I know we've had, big snows in the last part of April before, but I certainly don't see any of those in the forecast. So I think people are ready for that to be over.
We're talking to Sally Ann Shermer, who we keep busy spinning a lot of plates in the air. We had her cover now religion, weather. We're going to move to sports. Sally Ann, you do it all. Off-season additions to the coaching staff. Candace Thornton announced as a new assistant coach for basketball for the Cowgirls. And we never did talk about the running backs coach for UW, who comes from CU. Is that right? Who is this guy?
Yes, that is right. That is right. He was the running backs coach at CU with Prime, and I'm not certain that ended really well. I don't have any inside scoop, and I don't know what happened. But I know that Marshall Falk is now the running backs coach at CU.
Oh,
and and I know that in his first, this is the guy that was known during his playing days as Super Flea because he's really, really, really fast. And so the kids call him Coach Flea, which I think is kind of cute. But in his first media presence in Laramie, he said a lot of things that when you read between the lines, he said things like, I love it here in Laramie because it's all football. And these kids are here to play football. And then he mentioned a couple of things about, social media and, superstars on the sidelines and things like that. So I think that if you read between the lines, it's refreshing for him to be back to Laramie, where it's all football all the time, instead of CU, where it's kind of like a pageant sometimes, I think. So anyway, and of course my cousin still coaches at CU, so I need to choose my words carefully. But anyway, you either are a fan of that kind of stuff or you're not, and sometimes I think it's probably a little bit hard to get your job done when there's, everybody's videoing your every move, and there's, lots of jewelry blinging around and all of that stuff. So anyway, so he's there, and the spring game is this Saturday, open to the public at noon. Hopefully the weather will be favorable in Laramie for that. So anyone who wants to go down there, it's absolutely free. And anybody who wants to go down there and watch the Pokes should make their way to Laramie on Saturday at noon. So that's a big thing. And I know Coach Savell is very, very nervous about the portal. The portal is still open, and it's a scary time. You just never know what kind of phone calls these kids are getting, and what agents are promising what, and it's ridiculous. And so if we can make it through the portal, unscathed, and then we've got a lot to look forward to, I think.
Yeah, I think going back to the CU, the running backs coach, I think it's a win-win for both universities. I mean, Marshall Falk is no slouch as an addition over there. And then, Wyoming benefits from getting this guy, although I don't know if Flea can teach speed. I mean, you either got it or you don't, but okay.
I'm not sure about that either, but I mean, he can show them what speed looks like.
Yeah.
Teaching it. I'm not sure about that.
This is what it looks like, to be fast. But, I sense, and you and I have just been so down on the whole NIL and the transfer portal thing, I sense possible pushback on it and the pendulum swinging the other way. And I think the face of the reason it's going to swing is poor Nico, I'm going to leave you, Tennessee to UCLA quarterback.
Man.
I mean, you talk about the two most hated people in the world right now, I think, are Katy Perry for flying to outer space, and Nico, I'm gonna leave you, who is transferring from Tennessee to UCLA, simply chasing the dollar, and he is feeling a lot of heat for that decision, good or bad. Oh,
he has, and I rightfully so, and I think that, I think it's, I mean, I hate to say this, but I think it's going to have to be somehow legislated to make a change. And I know they're working on it, but it's just so ridiculous that an entire program can hinge on, the kid doesn't think that $2 million is enough. So he's going to go somewhere where he's going to make $4 million, $4 million, and you're not 20 years old. I mean, what, there's something wrong with that picture. And I know that I'm old fashioned, and people say, oh, you're so naive. You don't you're still living in the 60s. And I know that I am, but I just think that there's something wrong with that picture. And, I used to think that a free college education was plenty. And I know that I've, outlived my usefulness as far as that phrase goes. But I think that, something's got to be done or there won't be college football. That's the whole point. If you want college football to continue, then something's got to change. If you don't care if college football continues, then I guess, you don't have to change it. But something's got to change.
There's still positive stories in college football. We see one from Leo Wolfson regarding Cody's Luke Talich. Talk about a guy, transfer portal chasing money is one thing. How about a high school standout who said, I'm going to turn down scholarships because I'm going to gamble on myself. I'm going to walk on at Notre Dame. He's always loved Notre Dame. And he said, I'm just going to walk on. I'm going to bet on me. And, Luke hasn't seen a ton of playing time, but, man, his stock has gone up, up, up. And Leo's story said Coach is just, really thrilled with what the work Luke Talich has put in the offseason, and expect this Cody kid to play a little bit for Notre Dame in the next season for the Fighting Irish. Yep. I think we're going to see him.
Fantastic.
Great story.
Fantastic. Yep, great story. And I mean, it's not exactly cheap to go to Notre Dame, and so that was a hardship on his, for his family, and they had to figure things out, but he's fulfilling a childhood dream, and he was not going to, like you said, he was not going to settle, and it's kind of heartbreaking to know that, UW is one of the schools he turned down, but he had his sights set on Notre Dame, and it's that, it's one of those national name brands that you can't really dismiss. And so that's what he wanted to do, and he's doing it, and good for him, that's fantastic. And like you say, that's the opposite of all of this NIL ridiculousness. So,
yeah, that's turning down money and saying, I'm going to follow my heart. I'm going to go follow follow my dream. That's pretty cool. Luke Talich, read that story. Leo Wolfson has it for you. Sally Ann, if you're looking for something while you got the clicker tonight and you're switching channels, drop in on my Montreal Canadiens as they're going to destroy the Washington Capitals. I'm pretty sure. It's Stanley Cup playoffs. Yeah, I'm a big Montreal fan.
Yeah, okay. Well, I watched the Avs destroy the Stars the other night. That was kind of fun, 5-1. So that was kind of fun. And we watched the Nuggets win in overtime after being down 13. I was like, well, this game's over. And then they just came back and decided to play a little defense in the second half and won in overtime. So it's all, it's all exciting right now. There's still stuff to watch, as I say, but it just, it upsets me greatly that the Avs and the Nuggets are on at the same time. That's going to be kind of tricky, but we'll figure it out.
She covers sports, religion, weather. Next Monday, we're going to have you do a baking show. Tell us how to improve our baking. Thanks.
I did some baking for Easter, actually, so I'll be happy to tell you all about baking next week. That'd be great.
Good deal. Sally Ann, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Have a great Monday. Sally Ann Shermer, the Cowboy State Daily Show. She comes on every Monday on the show to talk about, sports and then whatever else we can dream up. She's always ready to jump in any direction we got to move in. Yeah. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues. More coming up right after this quick break. We'll be right back in 3. Don't go anywhere.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
We're back in studio from break. Cowboy State Daily show on a Monday edition. Thanks for spending your Monday with us. We know there's a lot of choices out there. You could be doing a lot of things. You could be listening to a lesser program. We're glad you're here with us. We were talking just a moment ago about Luke Talich, Sally Ann and I. Luke Talich, if you follow high school football, especially up there in Park County, oh boy, was he dominant. 4-year football player, varsity player, and he set records that may never be broken in Cody. Played two-way player, quarterback, and hard-hitting safety. That's where he finds himself now, playing in the secondary for Notre Dame. Luke Talich, going back, about a little over a year ago, graduated from the Cody Bronx after yet another state championship. I think he won 3 all told. And he decided to turn down several scholarships at D1 schools because he just loved Notre Dame. As a kid, he'd always loved the Fighting Irish. So when Luke Talich announced he was going to try to walk on to the University of Notre Dame, I, for one, and I probably wasn't the only one, maybe his mom and dad, maybe his parents also said, "Oh, Luke, what are you thinking? What are you doing? Go with a sure thing. Go with a paid scholarship. Go Are you kidding? You're going to walk on at Notre Dame? I know you're a really good football player in Wyoming, but how good are you against the rest of the nation? Well, Luke bet on himself, and he said, I can do it. Well, he walked on. He made the team. He saw a little bit of playing time last year in Notre Dame football. I was watching one Fighting Irish game where the game got a little bit out of hand and coach started getting deeper into the bench, and he put Luke Talich in there, and we saw Luke Talich with a pick six, an interception for a touchdown in one game. So he did make a little noise as a freshman, and enough noise that during the offseason, he's really raised his stock at Notre Dame. He's parlayed that walk-on now into a full scholarship football player. He's made impression enough that he's received a full scholarship now. And as far as playing time next year, I think you can probably see him on the field a little bit, at least more than his freshman year. Head coach Marcus Freeman commended the work Talich put in the offseason, his consistency. Coach said he's done a really good job. That's a reflection of how he's been this spring, a guy who's taken advantage of his opportunities. Luke put in the work in the offseason. He was in the weight. He's obviously been in the weight room. I'm looking at a photo of Luke Talich from last weekend's spring game. It's just Notre Dame, doing the same thing UW's doing, football team, and they're just doing spring practice. They're scrimmaging amongst themselves, against themselves. And I'm looking at this photo of Luke Talich, and he's been in the weight room. I mean, he is swole. He is bigger than I've seen him, but certainly bigger than his high school days. And he looks a lot bigger than he was last year on the Fighting Irish. Luke Talich rocking the number 28, and he's looking beefy. I'm excited. I think he can be a difference maker before his career in Notre Dame is over. I think he can be a difference maker on defense. He had a really good scrimmage, a really good spring game in what the Notre Dame calls the Irish blue and gold spring game. He logged a team-high 9 tackles, including a pair of goal line stops in the third quarter that forced a turnover on downs at the 1-yard line. So Talich, Luke just said, hey, I came to Notre Dame wanting to prove I could play at this level. And this year I want to make another step. I don't ever want to put a limit on myself. I'm going to keep pushing myself every single year. So Luke's original game plan was walk on and earn a roster spot for the Fighting Irish. He did that. His next idea, I'm going to make the next step, he says. And I'm going to get in games. I'm going to be a difference maker on defense. Regarding his performance last weekend at this blue-gold spring game and the stops he made at the goal line stand, Luke said in a press conference, I just try to flood the hole and do my job. I wonder if he really did say flood the hole. That's not usually football terminology. Usually you say you plug the hole or step into the hole defensively. I just try to flood the hole and do my job. Well, maybe Luke does it a different way. Maybe he floods the hole. I don't know, but he just, you're in charge of a gap on defense. Like this gap is your gap. And if that's where the running back goes, you better be there. And Luke was there not once, but twice in last weekend's scrimmage. He just plugged the hole, do my job. And I'm excited for Luke Talich. He said last year was a stepping stone for me. I had to learn about what I wanted, about making my goals. And he's setting new goals this season. Luke Talich from Cody, Wyoming, playing for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. That story by Leo Wolfson. Inspirational. I mean, I wish Luke would have went to UW and kept it in Wyoming, but I understand if that's your dream team, if that's the team you've always wanted to play for, okay. Especially if it's Notre Dame. That's pretty big outfit. Mark Hines says a story in the Cowboy State Daily about bears waking up. Yeah, it's that time of year. Grizzly bears, black bears, all coming out of hibernation. Mark Hines' story about a mama black bear with a tiny cub caught crawling out of their den in Yellowstone a little bit early. Yeah. I mean, some bears are up and out, especially male grizzlies. They are the first to awaken. Sows, mama bears, especially those with cubs, like to sleep in. They're the last to come out of hibernation. Usually they wait till about May. It's all weather related, not necessarily by the clock or the calendar, but the bears will, as they're sleeping in hibernation, they'll feel that winter is giving way to spring, and they know it's time to wake up. And it's usually for the female bears with cubs, not until May, but there's photo evidence. One lucky photographer got a photo evidence of at least one mama black bear that emerged out of the den like a sloth. Yeah, they don't come springing out of their winter den. They come crawling out like most of us did probably this Monday morning. Like, And this mama bear came out with at least one tiny cub. This happened on last Monday, was it? Let me get a date on this. Might have been another cub in there as well. This mama black bear bucked the trend. She was caught by a wildlife photographer venturing out of her den with at least one, possibly two tiny cubs on a clear weather Monday. This story was posted April 18th, so that's got to be last Monday. The emergence of bears from winter hibernation usually follows a predictable pattern. Big, lone males come out first, sometimes as early as February. Mothers with cubs emerge last, usually in May. But this black bear, out and about with a cub, it was about 34 degrees out that day. She had a serious case of bedhead going on. entire body bedhead, let's say. As Mark Hines shared the photo courtesy of Bruce Lundgren. Thanks, Bruce, for this shot. That's pretty neat. Shows mama black bear with cute little cub, and that looks like a cub of the year, a koi. That cub looked like it was born in the den. He's real tiny looking cub. But it's spring in Yellowstone, and the bears are waking up. And spring in Yellowstone also means you'll see a lot of red dogs hitting the ground. Bison calves, known as red dogs for their coloration. Bison calves almost always are red. They'll lose that color and become black like the rest of the herd. But the year's first red dog spotted March 29th. So, yeah, it's red dog season. It's bears waking up from hibernation season in Yellowstone. That time of year, spring has sprung, even in Yellowstone, where today it's still, right now, I think they're still in the 20s. This morning, I'm going to share a few more photos for those of you enjoying the podcast. If you're listening to us on radio, just picture a real scraggly looking black bear with hair going every which way. Looks like she just woke up because she did. And a tiny little cub also looking a little, and mama bear emerges from the den and gets about halfway out and then puts her chin down on her paws again, like the effort just to come halfway out of the den was, oh, all right, I need a break. Yeah, bears come out of it very slowly. And usually, they're so groggy and hungry that they're not in the best of moods. They're a little bit hangry, as Mark Hines points out. So give them a lot of room. If you're out and about this spring looking for red dogs hitting the ground, be careful of the bears. They're waking up and they're not in the best of moods. But a nice photo and a kind of a rare treat to see a mama black bear with a cub coming out this early. It's, mid-April, kind of early to see the mama bears with cubs coming out of hibernation. Maybe that's a sign that we're getting to an early spring or a mild spring. So far, the first couple of weeks of spring, or the first couple of weeks of April anyway, in Wyoming have been really nice. Some record-setting nice, like 70, 80. We've hit 80 already somewhere in the state. But this week going to look more like typical spring, according to Don Day, his day weather forecast. Going to see much more spring-like weather. Okay, well, at least you've been warned. That'll wrap it up for this hour. One more to go here at the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Lots more to get to after the news break. And thank you for making us a part of your Monday morning on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Local health officials alerted the public Thursday that it's investigating 5 confirmed cases of measles in a group of children and adults who were exposed while traveling outside Montana. The 5 people are either unvaccinated or their vaccine status is unknown. Montana health officials told Cowboy State Daily's David Madison that all the people infected live in Gallatin County and are currently isolated at home.
2 businesses on Highway 191, about 80 miles from the Wyoming border, were identified as potential measles hotspots. I asked one of the 4 medical professionals we interviewed, is this a concern to Wyoming residents? And he said, so far, no. There is no evidence that even though there is this proximity to where identified measles infections happened in Montana, it doesn't appear that they've left the state or have entered Wyoming. However, it's still a big deal. And the local officials here said they've been having flashbacks to the pandemic.
The measles virus spreads through airborne droplets and remains infectious in the air for up to 2 hours after an infected person leaves an area. Around 90% of unvaccinated close contacts contract the virus. While the rest of Wyoming is fast asleep, there's a secret world in Lander filled with thousands of green and growing things that are all wide awake, bathed in bright LED sunshine. These green beings live in a most unlikely space, an 80 by 40 foot shipping container that a casual visitor could easily mistake for a storage unit. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean went behind the closed doors to reveal an amazing George Jetson-style farm.
You got all these walls of plants growing and you can just kind of move them back and forth. You got this computer that's controlling the output of water and nutrients, and it's monitoring the nutrients to make sure that it's the right concentration all the time. It really is kind of space age, I think. And this is located at Central Wyoming College. They have this regenerative small scale farming AAS degree, and they told me that is the first of its kind in Wyoming.
Shipping container greenhouses are costly. CWC's unit cost $150,000, not including water and power hookups and a solid concrete pad on which to place it. However, the shipping container is highly efficient, cranking out between 2 to 4 acres worth of produce from its tiny space. Nearly 30 years ago, an 18-year-old freshman at Northwest College in Powell was murdered by a fellow student. Ryan Bryant never imagined he'd find anything about his sister Barry's murder to laugh about until he heard the story recently featured on the Wondery podcast Small Town Murder in episode 584, Killer Homecoming King. That aired in late March. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker had a chance to talk to Ryan about the tragedy and finding lightness in such a dark event.
He said he thought it was hysterical. He said it was the first time that he had been able to laugh. He appreciated, because you know this podcast, they don't make fun of the murder victim and they're very careful not to do that. And he really, in particular, appreciated the way they recounted how quickly Levi Collin confessed and how quickly it went to trial.
All these years later, Ryan is still eager to share his sister's story despite the pain. He told Coker that it was such a senseless thing to happen to such a good person, and he doesn't want anyone to forget her. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicholas and Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
Yellowstone National Park has just one entrance that's open year-round, the north entrance. That makes real estate in the surrounding area particularly choice, given that people can just drive into the park all year long. Now just think about owning an entire town near that entrance with convenient access to one of the most popular parks in the nation. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the town of Prairie, Montana is on the market, listed at $2.6 million.
So this is a town with a lot of kind of cool history. It's got about $300,000 a year in vacation rental income. It could be a really nice business opportunity for someone, but it could also just be a nice little personal retreat.
It's ideally situated in a little slice of a valley they already call paradise. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama. Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potatoes.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
The jackalope jump this year was very successful in Casper, Wyoming. Special Olympics, Wyoming statewide jackalope jump. It's a fundraiser, and it raised a lot of funds for the nonprofit Special Olympics. Jackalope jump raised $127,191. 13 events, 559 people took part this year. Statewide fundraisers. The Casper event alone raised $40,000. Special Olympics, Wyoming's statewide jackalope jump, a great success this spring. Special Olympics Wyoming CEO and President Jen Haynes said it's this fundraiser is absolutely critical to what we do. It's our biggest fundraiser of the year. And along with Casper's Jackalope Jump, there's others throughout the state. In total, they've counted it up, 127 grand. More than 127,000 raised for Special Olympics Wyoming. Congrats. And money well raised, money well spent. I want to hit this story. A little bit surprising, maybe. Regarding Tesla. Two stories regarding Tesla. One involves a new Cybertruck coming out. We'll talk about that in a minute. But first, Tesla is facing a proposed class action suit. Allegations that it speeds up its odometers on its electric vehicles in order to make the warranty expire faster, to make the vehicles fall out of warranty faster. In other words, if your new Tesla is under warranty for the drivetrain or whatever it is for the first 30,000 miles, it'd be advantageous for Elon Musk and his company if those 30,000 miles went faster, wouldn't it? That's what a plaintiff, Nairi Hinton, is alleging, that Tesla's odometers are spinning too fast. You really didn't drive 100 miles the other day. You probably drove 90 miles. The odometer is spinning faster. Could it really be? According to the plaintiff bringing a class action suit, Nairi Hinton alleges Tesla's odometers reflect energy consumption, driver behavior, and predictive algorithms rather than actual miles driven. So, did you really drive that many miles? Or is there something else under the hood at work? When it comes to energy, when it comes to EVs, it's weird. EVs are so high tech that Hinton claims that Tesla's, and he doesn't say which models this affects. He particularly drives a 2020 Model Y that he bought in December of 2022, had 36,772 miles out when he bought it. But he found in his own testing when he would drive his Model Y around that the odometer ran at least 15% fast based on other vehicles he drove, knowing a known mileage that he covered. And he says he drives about 72 miles a day. Very interesting. And maybe it's because that these Tesla EV models, like the Model Y, maybe it's because they don't purport to even drive, or they don't purport to even measure your mileage in actual miles. Maybe it's intentional. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out as a result of this lawsuit. But Tesla being sued because their odometers do not, according to the allegation, do not reflect actual miles driven. The mile has been redefined to reflect energy consumption, driver behavior, and predictive algorithms. Do we really need all that in your odometer? Or can we just have the odometer measure miles driven? That seems simple. Very interesting. Tesla is also causing a stir after it announced major changes to its Cybertruck. Here's what the new Tesla Cybertruck's going to look like. I say here, I'm not sharing any photos, but I'm just reading this story from from Autos, TC Autos, whatever that is. As reported by Not a Tesla app, the Cybertruck LR RWD was unveiled in the Middle East. First, the company's launch in Saudi Arabia. These Cybertrucks will soon be available nationwide in the U.S. The new version of the Cybertruck is going to be able to drive longer. If you're measuring miles the same way the Cybertruck does, I don't know. It'll have a better rear wheel drivetrain. It'll be about 515 pounds lighter than the previous Cybertruck. It's the long-range Cybertruck, hence the LR. The LR RWD is the long-range rear-wheel drive Cybertruck. Boasts a range of 350 miles up to perhaps 362 miles on a single charge. Now, how are you measuring miles? I didn't know we would have to ask that question, but according to the previous story, we might. It does sacrifice some features that Tesla drivers might expect. In order to make the new long-range Cybertruck go so far in a charge, they've had to ditch the air suspension, the rear passenger display, and the ventilated front seats are now discontinued in this long-range model. According to an announcement from Tesla on X, the new Cybertruck model has a price tag of $62,000. $62,490 to be exact. And that's following the federal tax credit of $7,500. Still available for a short time, as you've heard the Trump administration doing away with these EV tax credits, the incentives to buy electric. Those are going away. But right now, this if you buy one of these new Cybertrucks, price tag $62,000 with $7,500 worth of federal tax credits. The new electric vehicle Cybertruck has not attracted a whole lot of attention yet in the Middle East and will soon be coming to the United States, however. Okay. Speaking of Cybertruck, let's go to California, where one group says they want grizzly bears in California, maybe up to 1,200. Wildlife officials say that's unrealistic. This story from Mark Hines in the Cowboy State Daily. There has not been a verified grizzly bear sighting in California in over 100 years. But a coalition of researchers and Native American tribal members say the state could handle nearly 1,200 grizzlies, including in places close to Los Angeles. Can you imagine? Imagine the mayhem in California. A new feasibility study for California grizzly reintroductions made by California Grizzly Alliance claims the state could support about 1,183 grizzly bears. That would include 115 in the transverse ranges just north of Los Angeles, according to researchers. Is that unrealistic? Spokesperson Peter Tira for the California Department of Fish and Wildlife said his agency is aware of the study. They're open to talking about the idea, but realistically, Peter said, it's going to be a long time before California even considers bringing back grizzlies, if ever. And he highly suspects that nearly 1,200 is a realistic number. But the irony of California having a grizzly bear on its state flag when no grizzly has been seen there in 101 years, that irony is not lost on many, at least these groups who say, let's bring our state moniker back, let's bring the Grizz back. It's estimated that at least 10,000 grizzly lived in California prior to the gold rush days of 1848. But this is new modern time, and California looks a lot different than it did in 1848. The last known grizzly in Southern California was shot. That's how much they revered the grizzly. That was in 1916 in the Sunland area of Los Angeles. Last documented sighting of a grizzly anywhere in California was Sequoia National Park, spring of 1924. Could the grizzly bear come back to California? At least one group believes they could and should, to the tune of nearly 1,200. Other wildlife officials say not anytime soon, and that number seems to be way too big. Let's do a little rodeo, and then we'll come back with This Day in History as the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today, our conversation continues with the third-ranked bull rider in the world, Tristan Hutchings from Montague, Idaho. Talk to him about how the Money One changes his plan. And he has won the American since we chatted with him. Tristan Hutchings, Montague, Idaho, ranked number 3 in the world in the bull riding. Coming up next.
Hi, this is Brian Gill. At Gilroyd Angus, we're focused on building genetics that work for the real world and building relationships that last. Join us at the ranch near Timber Lake, South Dakota for our spring bull and female sale. We're offering 40 coming yearling bulls, 60 fall-born age advantage bulls, and 150 commercial replacement heifers. Can't make it? Bid online and view the full catalog at dvauction.com. Make plans to join us Wednesday, April 23rd at 1 p.m. Mountain Time at Gilroyd Angus.
Sale season's here again, and there are a lot of black-hided Angus bulls on the market, but not all of them are registered. Why take the risk? Don't gamble on unproven genetics. Invest wisely with registered, powered by Angus bulls. Backed by the power of the American Angus Association and 80 million data points, registered Angus bulls give you the confidence in your buying decisions. Don't buy an imposter. Look for the registration number. Buy the power. Buy registered Angus bulls.
So you're number 3 in the world right now, and you've won that over $90,000 in the last month. Houston, we talked about that. Ardmore, Oklahoma, big payday. Redmond, Oregon, here in the last 10 days or so. Does that, so you moved, all of a sudden you had 0-1, all of a sudden you have over 90,000 won, 3 in the world. Does that take some pressure off for the rest of the year? Does it change your plan on how hard you rodeo? Talk to me about that.
I honestly think it does change my plan, but it makes me rodeo even harder. You know, I got more of a chance this year than I've ever had to go try and run at a world championship. I mean, there's still some very, very good guys out there. Stephen rides back this year. Wasey Shaw is riding good this year. So there's still a lot of good competition, and now I actually have an opportunity that I've never had in quite this big a form. So I'm ready to go rodeo. I'm not going to go get on any bad bulls by no means that won't win me any money, but you can guarantee I'll be at all the rest of them.
Tristan Hutchings won the American last weekend since we chatted with him. Doesn't count toward the world title, but it fills the pocketbook nicely for the Idaho bull rider. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Jake in the morning, Cowboy State Daily.
Yeah, that's who we are, what we are. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and thank you for making us a part of your Monday. We're going to look at this day in history when we come back after this short break. This day, by the way, is April 21. More on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake after these.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and Yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake back, and let's take a look at what happened this day in history. April 21st, Cortez would land in Mexico on this day in 1519. A instrumental explorer, Cortez, 1519. That wasn't that long after, Columbus got over here. Cortez lands in Mexico this day. 1519. April 21st, 1871, convicted murderer John Boyer was hanged in Cheyenne. Notable because it was the first legal hanging in all of Wyoming. Or the first, Wyomingite to be legally hanged. Okay, first local dude. Certainly more lynchings before 1871, but not legal. Convicted murderer John Boyer hanged in Cheyenne, the first Wyomingite to be legally hanged. This day in 1894, Norway adopts the Craig Jorgensen action for rifles and carbines, one of 4 countries, including the U.S., to ultimately do so. That would be the lever action rifle that was approved in Norway this day in 1894. This day in 1898, U.S. North Atlantic Fleet ordered a blockade of Cuba. This day in Torrington, the town site of Torrington was surveyed in 1900. I didn't know Torrington went back that. Oh, wow. 1906, Britain and U.S. signed a convention fixing the Canadian-Alaskan border at 141st Meridian. This day in 1913, former territorial Governor John Osborne would take office as the Assistant Secretary of State. April 21st, 1916, Bill Carlisle robbed passengers on the Union Pacific train near Walcott, Wyoming, a significant event because it's known as the last great train robbery. And for decades, UP was vexed with outlaws robbing their trains, just to carry over from outlaws robbing the stage. And then trains come in and outlaws continue to rob and hold up trains. Bill Carlisle, this day 1916, was the last outlaw to ever rob a train in Wyoming anyway. Did it near Walcott, Wyoming. This day in 1929, a fish from the Shoshone consignment was used in President Hoover's breakfast. I can't believe the things that pass for history. There is no mention of what sort of fish or why. That's unexplained, but we do know this much. All this time after, this happened in April 21st, 1929, a fish from the Shoshone consignment used in President Hoover's breakfast. Okay. 1942, this day, Ann Burford, first female administrator of the Federal Environmental Protection Agency, was born in Casper. Happy birthday, Ann. Couple of earthquakes happen on this day in history. Is it coincidence that they should both occur on an April 21st? What can we read into that? 1973, a 4.8 magnitude earthquake shook the ground between Lander and Jeffrey City. And on this day in 2001, a 5.4 magnitude earthquake occurred about 50 miles outside of Jackson. And I remember that earthquake, actually. This day, 2001, I'm pretty sure this is the same earthquake that I was in the second story of a fairly rickety structure. And it happened in the morning, if this is the one I'm thinking of. And it happened while I was on the air on a radio station. And because we were on the second floor, you feel more when you're not on ground level, I think. And especially the crummier the building you're in, the more you feel an earthquake. And I remember I was on the air and I knew immediately what it was. And not that I had ever experienced an earthquake before. I'm not from California. I had never felt one, but I knew immediately that had to be an earthquake. I remember, I was on the air with a fellow broadcaster and we felt my chair. I had a roller chair like I do now, one of those roller chairs. My chair actually rolled by itself. Like you felt it was like a couple of bumps, three bumps, like foom, foom, foom. And the chair moved and rolled. And it felt like what a lot of people say, like a big truck was passing by and shook the ground. Like it was significant. There was a recent earthquake around the area, 3.9 around Jackson just the other day, back over the weekend, actually. So, yeah, those things happen on this day in history. April 21. Cassie Craven, who normally joins us on Mondays, is really tied up in, I guess, like she's doing a lot of court time. She's a lawyer in her day job, and she sort of moonlights being a Cowboy State Daily columnist. And then she appears with us, shares her time with us, usually on Mondays, but she's been so busy that she hasn't been able to come on this morning or the last couple of weeks. But she still has time for her column, which I love reading. It's the first thing I read on Mondays. It comes out over the weekend. Cassie Craven, go read her column. And it concerns, for the most part, it concerns abortion, whatever side you're on, abortion, anti-abortion, wherever you fall in this. It concerns abortion for the most part, and she really brings up some food for thought kind of topics. But this one paragraph I found especially biting. She's such a good writer, Cassie. I don't know what that lawyering pays, Cassie, but if you ever decide to hang up your attorney hat, you could be a writer. You have a gift with a pen. Here's a paragraph out of Cassie Craven's latest opinion piece that just cuts right to it. She said, she writes, the hypocrisy of the left is deafening, and this includes Republicans who hold none of our principal truths and values. Their bolo ties seem to block the airflow to their brains. Oh. Then again, that's why they weren't reelected. Despite their big money and their tough keyboard warrior mentality, they lack relevance as much as they lack common sense. Their voices are loud, but they can't see truth. Ouch. Cassie Craven, check out her latest opinion piece in the Cowboy State Daily. Whatever you believe, whatever side you fall on with abortion, this one's hard hitting. It is a gut punch of a column. Not quite as hard hitting, smacks of slow news day, but it's still fascinating. And it's one of the most commented stories in the Cowboy State Daily over the weekend. Big time. So don't tell me that people aren't reading and commenting. Mark Greenleaf of Casper. The story is from Anna Louise Jackson. The headline reads, "It's official. Guinness says Casper man does indeed have the world's largest earlobes." Matt Greenleaf didn't get those by chance. He wasn't born with them. He's been working on it since he was 13 years old. Now, 26 years later, Guinness World Book of Records has made it official. I guess Guinness, I don't know if they didn't recognize Mark's earlobes or they just didn't recognize it was a world, it wasn't one of their categories. Greenleaf has been stretching his earlobes by inserting, I don't know what you would call it. I mean, the earlobe stretchers, I guess. Mark Greenleaf of Casper, since he's 13 years old, has been stretching his earlobes with increasingly larger hoops. So his earlobes must have a hole in them. As if you were, imagine your earlobe and you pierced your ear and it's got the, one tiny hole. Now you shove in that tiny hole something thicker and bigger and thicker and bigger until you make the Guinness World Book of Records. Mark Greenleaf, you've got to see the photo. I can't do it justice. So go to the story. If you've got a moment to get on a smart screen somewhere, your phone, your iPad, your computer, check this out. Mark Greenleaf and his world record now, earlobes, and they are big. How big exactly? Let's see. What were they measured at? The 39-year-old Greenleaf just made the record books in April of 2024, so just last year. Oh, I guess Guinness did have a world record category. It's just Mark Greenleaf did not have the biggest earlobes. He had to surpass the prior Guinness World Record holder with the largest earlobe flesh tunnel measuring 4.5 inches. 4.51 inches to be exact. Damn. Since 1955, Guinness has served as the official book of records, and Mark Greenleaf has now broken the record, holds the record, and he is at 5 inches. Wow. So, yeah, the old guy at 4.5, that's nothing. Mark Greenleaf is rocking 5-inch earlobes. Like, think how big that is. And if you're checking out the photo, you can see how he got there. He uses these hoops. You know, instead of a pierced ear hole, that hole is now so big that it can accommodate a hoop inside his earlobe hole. I mean, it looks like something, some African tribe would do, is what it looks like. It's weird. I don't know what possesses you, but I notice, a lot of people are commenting saying, oh, this is ridiculous. He looks terrible. Must be a slow news day. We need to see this guy with these record-setting earlobes. But a lot of folks on our Facebook side, on Cowboy State Daily Facebook, commenting on the story, say they know Mark. A lot of people defending him, saying, I grew up with this guy. He's really cool. He's a great guy. Leave him alone. If he wants to have record-setting earlobes, let him. A lot of people defending Mark, saying they know him or grew up with him. He's a good friend, etc. And Mark Greenleaf of Casper has been stretching his earlobes with increasingly larger hoops since he was 13. He's now 39 years old, and he is now the record holder. Guinness World Book of Records made it official last April, saying his 5-inch earlobes are bigger than anybody's. Don Day's got normal earlobes, but an abnormal weather forecast. Here's what it looks like across the state on this Monday from Don Day.
Well, the best way to describe the next several days ahead for Wyoming will be typical spring weather. Temperatures overall are going to be mild. We're going to have breezy areas, and we're going to have a mixture of cloud, sun, and what is going to be a little bit of afternoon shower activity and maybe even some thunderstorms. We'll see a few widely scattered showers and isolated weak thunderstorms scattered about the state this afternoon and evening. We do expect Tuesday through Friday scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms, typical spring showers, especially in the eastern areas of the state as we head into the next few afternoon and evenings.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Well, at least we don't have softball-size hail. We've had a glorious start to spring, some really nice days, mild, record-setting 70s, 80s with sun. Then we had last Thursday, Friday, which was kind of ugly. And now this week looks like the day weather forecast calling for a typical spring week in Wyoming. Hey, let's check in with the Wyoming Game and Fish and get updated on all this happening over there on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
The Game and Fish is implementing changes to its Glendo Watercraft Inspection Station. The changes come as the current location of the check station has changed. That's next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hagan. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department is announcing changes to the Glendo Reservoir Aquatic Invasive Species Watercraft Inspection Station for the 2025 boating season. Due to the loss of the previous site in the town of Glendo, inspections will now take place at key boat ramps while a new permanent location is being developed. During the early boating season, the check station will be located near the Bennett Hill Boat Launch. Later in the season, it will move to Whiskey Gulch. The public can find information on the hours and location of the check station by visiting the Game and Fish Department's AIS website. Eric Hansen, Aquatic Invasive Species Supervisor with the Game and Fish Department, says we appreciate the public's continued support and cooperation as we work to implement these changes. Hansen says our goal is to provide efficient and convenient inspection services while protecting Wyoming's waters from aquatic invasive species. For inspections, watercraft users crossing state lines should utilize border or state line check stations. They should not rely solely on the Glendo check station for this service. Boaters who are not leaving the state can help prevent the spread of aquatic invasive species by self-inspecting their watercraft. They are reminded to clean, drain, and dry their boats. This includes checking for and removing visible plants, animals, or mud from the boat, trailer, and equipment. Aquatic invasive species can cause significant harm to ecosystems, the economy, and infrastructure. For more information on AIS and how to prevent their spread, visit the Wyoming Game and Fish Department website. Scott Werbelow, Game Warden Coordinator with the Cody region, retired earlier this month, concluding a 33-year career with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Wildlife Division Chief Dan Smith says Scott is known by many for his friendly demeanor, positive attitude, and ability to instantly make friends. His ability to share stories and interact with people have allowed him to build relationships and connections, making him successful in his roles with Game and Fish. Werbelow started his career with Game and Fish in 1992 as a damage technician stationed in the Cody region. In 1996, Werbelow transferred to Pinedale, where he served as a contract elk feed ground manager and game warden for the region. Werbelow transferred back to the Cody region in 2011, where he served as game warden coordinator for the past 15 years. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Hey, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back. And when we come back, I'll tell you, reports that the Who have fired their drummer are a little premature. Also, we'll check in with marine biologists, find out how much whales pee a day. You'll be surprised, and why it's considered liquid gold. And the international tourism season is expected to be quite a bit down in Wyoming as Trump's tariffs are taking a toll on international tourism. These and more topics when we come back.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
One more time before you wake up in the wild. In your eyes, I see a flower slowly dying.
Together with the Nature Conservancy, you have the power to make a difference. For unspoiled nature, for beautiful wildlife, and for people everywhere. together, we can find a way to ensure that all life on Earth can thrive.
In the wild, you're gonna make it. The moonlight is here to take you.
Our natural world needs us now. Every day, we lose more lands, waters, and the wild species that depend on them. To learn more, visit nature.org today.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Well, the world mourning the loss of Pope Francis. We woke up this morning to the news that the Pope has died. This is just a day after he made a surprise appearance in the Pope Mobile. He also spent some time with Vice President J.D. Vance. The Pope had been suffering for a long time with pneumonia. He had lung issues since he was young. 88 years old, the Pope died this morning, according to the Vatican, at 7:35 local time in the morning this morning. Just a day after Easter. Fear not if you're a believer and if you're the Pope, as he's headed to his eternal reward. The Who says they have not fired their drummer. This was the word just before the weekend. The Who just recently performed over there in England at the Royal Albert Hall. During the show, right at the end of the show, in the last song, I think they were playing their encore, and the Who singer, I can't believe these guys are still kicking around. Maybe this is one reason you don't overstay your welcome. I mean, the Who, what made the Who magic is the kind of music they played at the time they played it. I mean, I know if you're a fan of the Who and their music, it still works today. You can still put on a Who CD and it's fantastic. But the real magic of the band is what they did, and more importantly, when they did it. The music from the Who, in its time, similar to Led Zeppelin, was just game-changing. But the Who now, with an 81-year-old Roger Daltrey singing, is kind of, isn't that enough already? The Song Is Over is the name of the song they were playing. How pertinent when they were at their big concert there overseas in the UK, the Royal Albert Hall, kind of the Grand Ole Opry of England. And they were playing their last song, and Roger Daltrey just stopped singing and publicly expressed his displeasure with the drummer. This happened on March 31st, the concert. The drummer, by the way, is the son of Ringo Starr, Zach Starkey. Ringo Starr's kid. So he has in his DNA, you would think, the ability to drum pretty good. But Roger Daltrey stopped the song. The Song Is Over is the one they were playing during the final song of the night. He stops the song, and Daltrey says, to sing this song, I need to hear the key, and I can't. All I've got is the drums going boom, boom, boom. I can't sing to that. I'm sorry, guys. Maybe you're just too old, Roger. 81 years old. And all he can hear is, he sounds like every 81-year-old, whether you grew up playing music in the Who or whether he sounds like every 81-year-old in the world. All I hear is that boom, boom, boom of the drums. I can't sing to that. And then word was they fired Starkey, the drummer, over the incident. And now we're hearing today that Pete Townsend's come out and said, oh, no. We didn't fire him. Roger and I and Zach, we all there was just a communication problem. Roger and I would just like Zach to tighten it up a little. In other words, get better. When you tell a drummer you just need to tighten it up a little, you're saying get better. Because that's all the drummer has to do. It's just rhythm. I know. I was a drummer. And they don't tell you, oh, you're playing out of tune here and you're off key. You're a little pitchy here. No, you're a drummer. And you can either keep the beat or you can't. And they told Zach to tighten it up a little. Uh-oh, the cat needs to go in the... Oh, boy. We need another second cat break of the day as he's exploring the litter box, which means he needs to go outside. Do you need out? Yeah, he needs out. Stand by. Why don't I do this? Well, we already rodeoed. Damn, there's nothing I can play while I go out there. You're just going to have to listen to some music while the cat gets kicked outside. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, the reason I'm so beholden to the cat and I jump at his every whim is because, first of all, he's not my cat. Second of all, he's kind of a wild, feral cat. He's a barn cat who has just made his way into our hearts here. He's sort of adopted us, me and the wife, not the other way around. And he spends a lot of time here. He eats here, more importantly. So, that's all that matters to a cat and to an animal is where does their stomach satisfied? He eats and sleeps here, but I'm really not sure about his background. Like, I don't know his backstory, really. I know he came from a ranch across the highway, and he's a barn cat, and he's kind of half wild. And in the 4 months that he's lived here, I've seen him use the litter box 3 times. So I'm not confident he knows how or what it's for or even how to work it. He's the ideal cat in that way is that he doesn't go to the bathroom in the house. Like, he doesn't want to. He wants to go out. So like a dog scratching at the door, he just meows incessantly, and then you let him out and he does his business, which is fine unless he's meowing in the middle of this show. Then I don't know if he's meowing because he wants to be fed or meow, but I have to assume he needs to go outside, and I need to let him outside because I'm not sure he knows the litter box routine. There, TMI on the cat. So the Who have not fired the Beatles' Ringo Starr's son. He's still in the band, but my favorite part of the whole story is Roger Daltrey saying, I can't sing to his playing. All I hear is the boom, boom, boom of the drums. That sounds like an 81-year-old to me, and it sounds like the Who should hang it up for a little bit. I'm reading this story from, I don't know where it's from, the interwebs. Popular Science. A new study published in the Nature Communications and reported in Popular Science finds that great whales, these include humpbacks, grays, or right whales. And by the way, right whales were sighted off the coast of Florida for the first time in a while. It's very exciting in the very exciting whale news in marine biology. Right whales are not extinct, but they're not doing very well, and they're not often spotted. So a rare sighting of 2 right whales off the coast of Florida the other day. It's got the whole marine biology community in a tither. Is that a word? In a tizzy. New study published shows we now know more about whale pee than we ever needed to know. Yeah. How much do whales pee? Oh, a typical whale, let's say one was studied near Iceland, found it produced about 250 gallons of pee daily. Woo! That's a lot of pee. That's a lot of urine. Why is this so important? Well, this new study shows that whale urine is crucial to the ocean and things the ocean do. Well, urine is rich in something, nutrients. It's good for plankton. It's good for the coral reef. Whale urine, crucial. In fact, it's called liquid gold by some marine biologists. Okay. Whale urine is very crucial. Whales release over 4,000 tons of nitrogen annually, most of it in the form of their urea-rich urine. However you say it. Interesting. Whale pee, crucial to the ocean's health. Who knew? We don't have time for this story. I'll have to shelve it till tomorrow. That's okay. International tourism, though, expected to be down this summer, mostly because of Trump administrative actions. The Trump administration has been barking up a storm, and other countries like China say they're not going to visit here. We'll read more into this story as Wyoming tourism places expect to see a little bit down. That means it's going to be up to regular old domestic American travelers to get it done. International tourism expected to be down this season. Well, we did a lot this morning, and that's about all we can do. We'll do it again tomorrow. Happy Monday to you and yours. Have a great Monday. We'll see you again tomorrow. Same time, same place on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.